Dimp Digital presents Idle Game Chat.
Cool.
Evan, he's back. The sole Japan dweller. That was the tagline, wasn't it, for Podcast Reload or Coffee and Beer Podcast, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, I think the joke was going to be once I got permanent residency that he would change it to the permanent resident Japan dweller, but we never made it that far. I didn't get my permanent residency till after the podcast ended, so yeah, it ended just there.
So if I do this again, I should say the permanent Japan dweller then, to be accurate.
In the very next game we talk about, sure, that was quick.
Yeah.
I thought permanent residency was supposed to take months and months.
Absolutely. We're here to chat about Skate Story, indie game released in 2025. But I thought I'd just do a quick few minutes, catch people up. How's things going in your world? You said you are the now permanent Japan dweller. You've been absent for a few years, and then at the back end of 2025, bloody hell, I reached out and was like, you know what, you're playing some good games. Let's get you back on. I think last time you came was for Cocoon, which was a few years ago now. Obviously, don't need your whole life story in the last few years, but how's it going, game-wise, console-wise? What's going on?
It's going all right. Yeah, I think I was on for Cocoon, and we somehow talked over an hour about that game, and we talked 4 hours about Horizon Zero Forbidden West. So it's not looking good if we're going to talk about this many games. I'll try to rein it in a little bit. It's going all right. I mean, you know, house, car, dog, child now.
Yeah.
Kind of the pillars of whatever. You know, although I was going to say the pillars of sanity, but there's aspects of that aren't kind of damaging to your patience and mental health. But overall, I'm doing fine. I'm just chugging along as anyone does. Still don't have a Switch 2. That is in the cards. I think I've always been obviously I'm a massive Nintendo fan, but at this stage, it's Metroid, Zelda, and Mario for me. I just don't really care about I don't care about Animal Crossing or Splatoon or Smash Brothers or anything like that. So I'm kind of waiting for the next 3D Mario game now, I guess. But if that's the same dev team that made Bonanza, then maybe we'll be waiting for. Yeah, but I can wait. I'm not champing at the bit to get a Switch 2 at this point.
Was you tempted by Donkey Kong or by even Metroid Prime, or were you more 2D Metroid?
I've never played a Prime game.
Okay.
I've heard great things, but I've also heard people that hadn't played Prime on the GameCube play the remaster, and
time and place.
There's some. Okay, same as because you went back and you did your homework with before playing Metroid Dread, right? You went back and played all the games in a row.
I played. What did I do? I only played Super Metroid. Yeah. Okay. And I had a quick look through the other games. I think I watched some full playthroughs of the others just to get a vibe of them. But I played Super Metroid on the whatever that thing's called, the Nintendo Online system. And then
I think that's important.
Yeah.
Get a foundation.
Yeah, it was nice to go back and do that. And then I did Metroid Prime Remasters a little bit after Dread. And I think that's a time and place, that sort of game. If you were there in 2002 or whatever it was, I think absolutely. But if you pick that up fresh in the 2020s, you'll be like, oh, what's going on here?
And, I was thinking, well, I don't necessarily need to have played any of the old games to play 4 Beyond, but maybe I'll hold off on that one, considering it doesn't seem like it's an improvement over the formula. So I don't know.
No. But then Donkey Kong.
Metroid has always been a 2D game for me. I'm not really interested in the first person version of it. Donkey Kong looks great.
Yeah.
I've heard good things about it. I've somehow stayed away from everyone talking about this amazing finale. And it's definitely going to be one of the first games I play, but I don't know. It might be a while till I get one. I'm not sure. But yeah, predominantly PlayStation 5. A bit boring there. No PC, no Xbox. I did.
You did have an Xbox for a little while, though, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I dipped my toes into the ecosystem for 3 months, and then I sold it. I don't know what I was thinking. I think the idea was that Game Pass seemed like a good idea for the smaller indie games.
Yeah.
And I just kind of went through a list and just went down like how many indie games currently on Game Pass do I want to play versus how much I would have to purchase them on the PSN, and it kind of worked out that I would actually save money, but the main thing was achievements. It just seemed like I would rather pay and get trophies instead of getting some sort of arbitrary 980 points or whatever. And I sold it for almost as much as I paid for it because I bought it just before a price increase in Japan.
Right.
So I don't know. Not
right.
Slightly disappointed, but I didn't know what I was expecting. In hindsight, it was quite foolish to get the Series S. But
at least you know now. You haven't got to. You can with some authority say, yeah, that's not for me, rather than having to sit there on the outside and point fingers. You're like, no, I tried it and it didn't work for me. So.
And after that Xbox Dev Diary thing, it's even less for me because I can just play all these games on PlayStation now. So if I would have known that, I wouldn't have purchased it in the first place.
That's it. Yeah, it's the wall has come down completely with Fable being day and date. So I'd imagine more games will be day and date if they can get it done on time. So PlayStation and Switch is kind of what you need. The PC is nice to have if you want to get involved with some early access stuff or strategy games, but a lot of the stuff will come to console and be configured that way anyway. But that's good. It's good. We won't talk about your melting PS5. Maybe that'll be a separate subject later on down the line if the liquid metal falls out of it. But I know you're having a few issues with the with the PlayStation 5 and it will run like garbage for. Is it overheating? You're saying is it actually affecting performance?
Nothing on small games. Any of the games we're going to talk about today, I've had no issues. It's the bigger games like Hell Is Us, and Go See Yote. Play it for about 30 minutes and it just shuts down due to overheating. It's the only, and I have one controller that only lasts about 15 minutes before dying. This is the only PlayStation console that I've ever had hardware issues with. That's kind of weird. I didn't expect that. It doesn't seem like it's common, so I'm just unlucky.
I had issues with my PS2 back in the day, but that was because I was using modded versions of Winning 11, like the Japanese Pro Evolution Soccer, and you'd put a disc in, change the region, then I'd manually get a credit card that had been cut to scoop the disc tray out, put the actual burnt disc in. And and I was wondering why the PS2 was suddenly clicking after about a year of doing that and wouldn't play certain games. It's because I was fucking about with it. But
that's a gamble.
Generally, I even avoided the red ring of death for the 360, which almost no one did.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I didn't. My original was working until I exchanged it with a mate of mine, and that lasted for years. So, yeah. That's that. I'm surprised because we're going to talk about Skate Story now, and I'm a little bit surprised that didn't cause some PS5 issues because on the Pro, when it first launched, it ran like absolute toilet, and I'll talk about that a little bit probably. And it is an indie game, but actually visually, it looks like it's fairly demanding to a certain extent. It's obviously not a Yote or Hell Is Us, but there's a lot going on from a visual aspect. But Skate Story, released in December 2025. Seems like it's a sole developer. I tried to do some research into this guy, Sam Eng, and there's a game that he released called Zavot, a few years back. But other than that, I can't find much on this fella. Devolver Digital published it. Let's start, before we get into Skate Story, obviously it's a skateboarding game, for those that don't know. And if you've looked up any videos, it's a little bit different to what you see from Tony Hawk's or a skate. But just focusing on the skating element of it, What's your history with skateboarding games? Were you a Tony Hawk's fan back in the day? Did you dip your toe into skate? Was you a Thrasher skate and destroy fella? Or have you not really been involved in the skating genre?
So I did skateboard when I was a teenager. I was really big into it. But I was too scared to actually go all the way with the next step of ollieing anything more than like 3 stairs.
Yeah, where you'll hurt yourself probably more times than
yeah.
part. Yeah.
It's probably smart, but because of that, I never actually got very, very good at it.
Yeah.
But I was all right in terms of, like, I could do a kick flip, heel flip, varial flip, which is like a kick flip that also spins horizontally 360 or 180 degrees, pop shove it. So I could do a few things, but Tony Hawk Pro Skater, the original one on PlayStation 1, the demo, I remember it came out around the time that I was skating. It must have been 8th or 9th grade. And it just so happened that everyone in my neighborhood, all the boys we were generally of the same age, all started skateboarding at the same time. And the demo was the factory, or what was it called? The facility? Now I sound like a fake Tony Hawk.
Or the warehouse,
fan.
Was it?
The
Foundry?
warehouse, yes. Maybe,
I don't know.
It was like the very first spot that you play, and I just remember playing that. That's all we did. Like, we couldn't believe like they finally made a skateboarding game that actually felt good to play.
Yeah.
And I remember our friend Eric had ended up finding a glitch, at least in the demo version, where you could basically rack up infinite points by going on one of the ramps and grinding, and when you'd hit the wall, it would just kick you back out and continue the combo.
Nice.
And we just kept trying to see if we could rack up. It was like a couple million points, and yeah, we're absolutely obsessed with it. And once I stopped skateboarding a couple years later, I kind of fell off. I think I only played Tony Hawk 1 and 2, and I never really dipped my toes into and it wasn't like I didn't like it. It was just kind of like a natural, like I moved on to other things. And but yeah, those games are like seminal games during my youth, and never played Skate. I think I might have played a demo of it, and I just didn't get it at the time. I understand what they were trying to do with making it seem a bit more simulator-y. Yeah. With the idea is it's really hard to perform any move, so we're going to make it feel like you even get satisfaction off of an ollie to a grind to a kickflip out or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I played the hell out of all the first 2 Tony Hawk games as a huge part of my teen years. And how about you?
Yeah, I remember I had a demo of Tony Hawk's. I played Tony Hawk's up until I think I played the 3rd one. I'd done that thing where you can unlock like Darth Maul, and there's all these unlockable characters. I played through the campaign of that to unlock every single character, upgrade every single character. So I must have gone through that game a few dozen times in total. That was the 3rd one. So I loved those games. And then I suddenly just fell off at 4. I don't know what it was. I think I was like, I've played this a lot now, this game, and it hadn't really evolved too much. They'd added revert in the 3rd one, and you could transition from grinds, I think, from maybe 2 or 3 onwards. But generally, I think I got to the point where I started to explore other games at that point, and then never really went back. I didn't play any of the Tony Hawk Underground games, the Thugs, as they're called. And I had a demo that had Thrasher Skate and Destroy on there, and I didn't understand how to play that. This was back in like the mid to late 90s. I had no idea what the control scheme was. I think that was having a go at being a bit more realistic, but I never went to that. And then I did play Skate and Skate 2, and I think I played Skate 3. I played all 3 of those, and welcomed the change of, this is a completely different control scheme. It's hard. Was it frustrating? Yes, it absolutely was, but I don't think I'd have gone back to a Tony Hawk's game at that time. So it was nice to have something new to learn and to feel. So I rattled through those, and I enjoyed them. I haven't gone back to the latest remaster, 3 and 4 for Tony Hawk's, but I did play 1+2 when that came out a few years back. And that was
you did play those?
Yeah, that was a massive nostalgia. It's so good to go back to those. And actually 3 is my favourite, so I should be playing 3+4, but again, I was like, I feel like I've played this game too recently. There's not going to be enough there for me to go back to, so I haven't. So that's kind of the whistle-stop tour of skate. And I did try and skateboard. I could ollie, couldn't ever kick flip or heel flip or do anything. Like you saying you could do a variant, I'm like, that's amazing, because I could get up a curb, I think, ollieing.
I still remember the day I did it. There was like a kind of a diner chain in Wisconsin called George Webb's. And I knew I was close, and after school my mom picked me up and she didn't want to cook, so we were going to get takeout at George Webb's. So she went in, and what I did is I put my wheels in a crack in the sidewalk so I didn't move. And I remember I landed a varial flip for the first time while waiting for my mom to pick up George Webb's, and I couldn't believe it. It was like maybe the happiest moment of my life, and it never got better. Better than that.
But anyone that's not
really
stepped
hard.
on a skateboard doesn't understand just how hard that is to execute. That is so hard. That's amazing.
You know, it's weird with the Tony Hawk games. They eventually became the Tony Hawk 1 and 2 remakes. They made it their way to PSN, and just knowing so much, like I did everything in those games. I collected, did all the whole checklist, collected all the skate letters and everything. I could not stop playing that game. But then I picked up the 1 and 2, and I don't know, I went to the warehouse and I was playing. I'm like, I don't know.
You couldn't do your little cheating glitch, so you weren't happy. You was like, I can't do my infinite glitch here. This is bullshit.
It was weird. I don't know. I thought I would get this rush of nostalgia over me and play through it, but it didn't really capture me in the same way. I'm not sure what happened there, but that's not to say that I wouldn't be open to a new skateboarding game. And with the Tony Hawk games, it's kind of like they petered out because they didn't really know how to evolve. And I think Skate Story does a good job of like, well, we need something that separates us from these games. Like, how about a very strong visual identity? And that's what hooked me when I saw Skate Story initially in whatever. It's probably in some sort of I don't know, like what do they call it? Like Summer Games Fest, montage or something like that. Because when I first saw it, I'm like, this is what's going to take for me. This is immediately visually interesting, and that's why I was really looking forward to playing this game.
Did you buy this game, or have you got the PlayStation Plus extra tier and above where you can download it, like the Game Pass equivalent, or did you purchase it outright?
I did not buy it.
Okay.
Not to give myself away, but thankfully I did not purchase this game.
No, because I also didn't buy. I mean, it's 16 quid over here, so it's not a big outlay, but it was included in PS Plus Extra, I think. Which is the middle tier of PlayStation Plus. I've still got Premium. I think this is my last year because next year they're putting it up to the normal price. The last 2 years.
You stacked your stuff, right?
I did a couple of years.
Thing and thought ahead.
Yeah. But to be honest, I've kind of not used it even with the discount. I've probably lost money because I've spent 200 hours playing Death Stranding. So there's no need to do that.
You got packages to deliver. All these... Playing Ape Escape for the third time in 20 years, that can wait.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I always
go on.
No, I was gonna say, I always thought I would be one of those people that would want to go back to old games because I'm still into retro games. I have an analog pocket, but I'm not. Like I think maybe in the future I'll want to play Link to the Past or Super Mario World again. But there's just so many games coming out that I feel like if I'm playing an old game, I'm missing out on just playing all this new stuff that is stacking up in my backlog. Yeah, that's why I never went up to the premium tier.
Yeah, I'm basically the reason why I've gone back to a lot of games is because I feel like I did them a bit dirty. Like I'm playing games I'm playing less games but much more fully now, and I think doing that means I've got no reason to go back because I've given it a good go. Whereas there are so many games where I'd get 60% through and think, I want to get this done. So I'll just beeline it to the end. You'd miss certain things, or I don't know. I feel like I rushed it. Or there's a platinum trophy that I said I'd go back and get and wouldn't get. So now I'm just kind of finishing the game as fully as I can. I'll look at the trophy list. If it's possible or not, or reasonable, I'll go back and do it. And I think that means that Death Stranding 2, for example, which I played from start to finish, completion, platinum, there's no reason for me to go back and do that again, because I've done everything the game had to offer and I enjoyed it. Whereas Death Stranding 1, I kind of got to a certain point, was like, I need this off my plate because I want to get on to the next thing. And then I'd left like little side stories and whatnot there. So my idea now is just to play things if I'm interested and engaged with it. Like, if it's okay-ish, which maybe Skate Story is, I'm not going to go out and do all the side content. But if it's something I'm like, oh, yeah, I really like this, let's just park here for a month or two if we have to and soak it up, and then we won't have to go back and do this again. But who knows? You might see me playing Death Stranding 2 again for the PS6 director's cut, and you'll be like, what are you up to?
The director's cut, yeah.
Like, he's got new content.
I do want to play it, but I think I've waited this long. I might just wait for the inevitable director's cut to come out.
Yeah.
But it is on my list.
It's good if you like the first one, for sure. If you didn't like the first one, there's nothing really there for you, unless
I like
you
the first
really
one.
consent.
It's unique.
Yeah. It's a fantastic sequel, but we got to be careful, as I'll gush about Death Stranding 2 and then be called Kojima Fanboy 101. But,
we don't have to talk about Skate Story. It's not that good of a game. We can talk.
No, it's true. That's true.
I can interview you about Death Stranding 2.
We've danced around the subject a little bit, so let's give Sam Eng his flowers, or his battering that we're going to give him. So it was on PlayStation Plus Extra. I think that gave it an opening for guys like us to go out and get it and play it, at least, because it was kind of no harm, no foul. And we don't get too many skateboarding games that are out these days, and especially those that look like this. To be honest, I saw the reviews and the buzz it was getting, and then was like, okay, I'll jump into this. It wasn't really on my radar before then. And then people were like, oh, this is amazing. I was like, well, it's going to be like a short game, like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. I don't know what it clocked in at eventually, but this seemed like a good palate cleanser, if nothing else, whilst I'm working through these kind of smaller games. So let's talk about Skate Story then. What you were drawn in by the visuals of it. Now you've played the game and gone through it, how do you feel that adds or detracts from the overall experience? Because it is a very unique looking game, and also we'll get onto the soundtrack at some point. That's also very good, but I do think that those are its two strongest points if we're going to start to analyse what we've got here for Skate Story.
Like I said, whenever it was originally showed in one of these showcases, immediately I'm like, "Whoa, I haven't seen a game that looks like that." And I think you're a bit similar with maybe in between these big games, you like to play the smaller 4 to 5 to 6 hour indie palette cleansers, kind of in between some of these bigger releases. And I'm the same way, and I've just been playing a bunch of smaller indie games straight recently, and so it was it was right up my alley. And I think I looked up kind of forgot about it, and then it popped up that it's coming to PSN. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that game. And I think the tagline is like, you're a demon of glass and pain. And it's got a bit of a kind of a auteur, slightly mildly pretentious vibe to it. And I'm actually all about that stuff. Like, I watch some of the weirdest cult horror films, underground exploitation stuff. I have a big Blu-ray collection of a bunch of films you've never heard of, and so I'm all about that stuff. I like stuff that's weird. I like stuff that's doing something different, and this game is. And even like I'm a big font guy. It's probably because just like designing worksheets and stuff for work. So and you say the Skate Story logo, and then it says a game by Sam Eng. And the font he uses for a game by Sam, I was like, this game is going to be amazing. This guy knows exactly what he's doing. This font choice is immaculate.
He's dropping the bait.
And so it starts out, and I loved everything about this game for like the first 2 hours. It was just such an interesting. I like a simple story that, like, oh, okay, you're a demon who can't sleep because you have this giant moon hanging over you, and all you want to do is sleep. So the only way to do that is to eat the moon. But the only way to get to the moon is to travel by skateboard, I guess, and make a deal with the devil. But it turns you into a demon of glass. And to get to the moon, you have to basically do these trials through these painful corridors filled with spikes and whatnot. And I was like, sounds great. I love everything about this. And I don't know where you want to go with it. Initially, I thought everything about it was good. It's a weird story, but it does get straight to the point.
Yeah.
And then it puts you into familiar yet new gameplay. And this is actually, I thought this, and then I heard other people say the exact same thing. So it's not an original thought, but I just think it's true. Is the controls and the mechanics are somewhere between the arcadiness of Tony Hawk Pro Skater and something like Skate, where it's a bit slower. And I just think like that is a good balance if you want the game to feel different from either of those things, where it's not too hard to land any one move, but to do a few in succession feels like an accomplishment.
I see.
And I just thought, like, this is great. And there was a part in the beginning where, like, I thought the game was going in a specific direction, that I thought that it kind of lost its way. In essentially, when the game starts out, you're just going through very linear corridors that are taking you from one location to the other, and there's like a portal that you have to get to, and it's kind of like a straight shot, but that straight shot might be filled with a hole in the ground where you have to ollie over, or there's spikes jutting out of the wall, so you have to navigate that because you're made of glass. So the second you hit the spikes, you die. It's a one hit kill. Maybe there's stairs, so you have to jump down them. If you don't complete the trick, you'll die. And once you get to the portal, it'll warp you to a new area with slightly different mixture of assets in front of you. That's kind of like almost like a puzzle platformer, but you're on a skateboard. And there's one part where you learn the power slide that slows you down. It's the first move that you learn outside the ollie. And that part that teaches you the power slide, you start going really, really fast. And it gets really, really hard to navigate. It's essentially a hallway, and there's these spikes jutting out, and I just kept dying. And I'm like, damn, man, this part is really hard. And it's kind of embarrassing. It took me a while to realize, like, oh, they just taught you how to slow down.
Right, so you were trying to just bomb it through without power slide.
Yeah, I was trying to bomb it through. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't put two and two together. But yeah, it's on a slope, slowly going down, so you're building speed no matter what. And then once you realize, like, oh, I'm supposed to power slide through this to slow myself down and to navigate it. And like, oh, I love this, because what they're gonna do is little by little drip feed us moves, and then build these little levels that are going to teach you how to use the moves properly in like a very puzzle-like form. But to my recalling, the power slide section was the only part that felt like that section was for you to learn how to use that move properly, and they kind of moved away from that afterwards. I thought, and I don't know, I'm kind of going on. I guess I'll throw it to you and see what were your initial things before we get into maybe some specifics of later game stuff.
Yeah, I really like the control scheme. Or the way in which you interact and skate and do your tricks, because, like you said, I came to the same conclusion that it's somewhere between a Tony's, as we will now call it, and a skate, where, like, it's not hard to pull off any individual trick or ollie like Skate is, but to string something together and to get the timing right. And more importantly, at some points, to get a higher score to land it perfectly, there is a much more a nuanced element of timing there. Rather than you just falling off and failing the trick, you'll just land it, but it'll be a bit sloppy. I liked that being like a nice hybrid and in between, because I think using any of the other extremes would have been too much. Although actually this game in a Tony Hawk's arcade style, I would like to kind of see that, because of just how crazy you could get with all the visuals. So maybe in hindsight, that would be something to do. But yeah, you're right. The slower pace is definitely appealing. I loved the corridor, like obstacle course sections. I kind of tailored them in my head, where you'd have to get from A to B and get through to the portal. And yeah, I was super on board. And the way that the music would kick in when you're bombing it down those high speed sections, like, this is great. The visual, the control scheme, the soundtrack, it's all coming together. And then I was starting to think, well, this is where the hype's coming from, and this is where people are going with this. So it made a really strong first impression for me, and I was kind of loving it. Then we got to an area where I had to sort of skate around and talk to people, and it was asking me to find things in like an open space, which wasn't that large, but it was, you could go in different directions and rooms, and it slowed the pace down. I remember I did that first one. I think it's the Philosopher's Head, I think it might be, that you're chatting to. And immediately when I finished it, I was like, I'm done for the day. I turned it off, and I didn't really think anything of it. And then I came back the next day, did about 45 minutes, and I was like, I'm done for the day. And what I realised was that over time, I clearly wasn't that engaged, because I can sit there for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours on games if I'm really hooked. And this thing just was not hooking me. There was something every 45 minutes to an hour where I'd be like, I'm done. And I think it was getting to these slower, open areas that just felt pedestrian and a bit of a pain in the arse just to navigate through. Like the fun and the velocity of the game and the change in pace just didn't work for me. And then you'd have to hear about all the funny little quirky side characters, which were sometimes funny, but often I was like, okay, we're just being weird here. And as time went on, that's how the game's kind of structured. So you're going to have to interact with these elements a lot more. So that was my open impression positive, and then it started to slide as we realised there was a bit more of a cycle to it. If I actually take things back, my very first impression of the game was really poor, because it ran like absolute trash on the PS5 Pro. There was a problem with it. So I played about 40 minutes, and I was like, this is running really badly. And I was like, maybe it's because of the visual style, it's intentional. Quick look on the internet, no, this is a problem with the PS5 Pro version. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. So I had to wait
what are we
week
talking
or so.
about? Like
frames, 20 odds,
20 frames?
Lower than 30, 15 to 20. It was really bad. It was like, if it was solid 30, I wouldn't have even noticed, I don't think, because there's so much going on visually that I think I'd have been distracted, and it's a bit of a slower paced game. But so that was a bit of a red flag, actually. I was like, that's a bit strange that that's not been picked up somewhere. And not to jump forwards, but I didn't have any issues with the game technically, like it didn't crash or anything like that. But I have, since completing it, I was doing a bit of like seeing what other people were thinking about it. And there's a lot of people that have had issues of losing progress because they've gone down a hole in the skater's dream and it's taken them back to chapter 4. And there's no way there's no way to chapter skip or go back to, and they were in like chapter 8 or 9 and I was like, there's things in this game where it feels like if you don't follow the path that's set and you start messing around, you go down the wrong hole, for lack of a better term, you're going to lose progress. So there's a little bit of sloppiness there as well, which immediately come to light when I was playing through and running a slideshow set of frames per second. So
nothing like that ever happened to me on the PS5. I didn't have any issues. No, it's, and just to be clear, what I'm talking about you losing progress, that can happen on any platform. It's if you go in the skater's dream later on in the game and then go down the hole that takes you to chapter 4, you'll just go to chapter 4 and play the game from there again. And it's like, what are you thinking? Imagine how annoyed you'd be if you got to that. I have to finish games even if I hate them. Mm-hmm. I would have been so pissed because I would have just started from chapter 4 and just begrudgingly, out of spite. There's something really wrong with me because like if I don't like a game, I have to beat it. Otherwise, I feel like the game beat me, which doesn't make any sense.
No,
but I would have bowled through it. Yeah, I think I share basically your thoughts, and that first open world section, which comes after a very, very great first impression with the corridor puzzle platforming, and the blood culture soundtrack is amazing, and the visuals at all it's just everything's working. But even that first section with the philosopher, where you kind of have to get two little shiny MacGuffins to progress, I'm like, okay, they're gonna slow it down. We can't just have you constantly going through corridors. You'd lose your mind, and you accrue like some sort of arbitrary gold. It's like souls that you can spend on buying trucks and wheels for your skateboard and stickers, but it doesn't really do anything. It's like, okay, that's fine. And then there's a giant Socrates head that asks you to get him an Arizona iced tea. I'm like, all right, this is weird. I don't mind this. And then the game then you learn the kick flip or the heel flip, which is actually once I realized what they were doing with the controls, I just started experimenting, and they don't lock any of those things. They're all there from the beginning. You just don't know how to do them.
Nice.
So I was like, oh, if I have to hit like L1 and circle to do one move, like what if I hit L1 and L2 at the same time and circle, and they just allow you to do it. You just don't know that you can.
Start doing your varial.
Yeah. Well, I remember George Webb's bringing it all back, and Tony's, and so that was fine because after that section, it brings you back into the corridor stuff. I'm like, okay, I like how they're jumping back and forth to break up the gameplay. And my huge problem is halfway through the game, they kind of drop the corridor puzzle platforming stuff altogether and just throw you into these really big open sections that have nothing for you to do. And the biggest example of how the controls that they provide, this midway between Tony's and Skate, the way it falls apart is it's almost like they didn't know what to do in those open areas.
Yeah.
And there's a part where like you go to it's quirky, it's goofy. There's like a French frog that runs the coffee place and he needs something. You got to wash the devil's clothing. That part I actually liked. There's a part where like the devil's clothing is hanging out to dry, and it like runs away, and you have to catch each piece of clothing. If they would have done more things like that better utilize the open areas where you're like running to chase the devil's pants or whatever, I'm like, I'm fine with that. They kind of throw that away though. That's like the only instance where you do that. But there's a part later in the game where you go to a cafe and there's a pigeon typing on a keyboard, and the pigeon needs letters. Yeah. Exactly like Tony's with the floating skate letters. So you go out of the cafe and there's kind of like this basically a tutorial. It's like, oh, find all the letters that the pigeon needs to write his story or whatever. And then you're like, okay, this is cool. I got to like figure out where these letters are. They're all just hovering right above the ground, and you just run over them. Yep. And then you realize like, oh, they're hinting at a more interesting, like an extra thing that you can do to explore, but the game doesn't provide you the mechanics to put the letters in interesting places where, like Tony Hawk, it was all about the faster you would go, you could shoot up like a vertical ramp and then grind on a power line, and then halfway through that you'd jump to another power line, and then you'd look over and there's like a secret area that you'd pop into and get the S. Yeah. And like that was a great way of like learning how to explore the space, and it made you experiment, and there's all these possibilities. Like you couldn't think like horizontally, you had to think vertically because you could shoot yourself in the air. This game doesn't have that, so it's like they wanted to do something interesting, but the controls didn't provide that, so you just collect floating letters hovering right above. You just skate over them, and that's fine. I thought maybe it was a joke. It kind of is. But then you go back to the pigeon and he says, well, can you do it again? Yeah. So it kicks you out into the open world, and then you have to go to a separate area. And once you collect all the letters in there, it's the exact same thing. Yep. It doesn't just like cut and bring you back to the cafe. You have to skate back, but there's nothing to do. No. This isn't like the open like plains of Hyrule. There's nothing else to do. And it happens a third time. It's like, what are you? You're really trying my patience. And then it just kept bringing you from like open area to open area. I'm like, there's nothing. You're not providing me with anything other than stretching. I wonder if someone thought that the game needed to be longer than it did. Yeah, it could have been a tighter 3 or 4 hours, where maybe there was a hub area that each time you went through the corridors and like beat a boss, it gave you something that you could go back to the open area and explore and experiment with like vertical skateboarding or something like that. And then when you were ready, then you go to like chapter 3 and then chapter 4. And each time you came back, there was something else that you see something like above a building and it's glowing. You're like, well, what is that? I can't get there. But then by chapter 4, you're able to get something to take. They didn't do anything like that. And I think that was where it kind of lost its way. And I don't know, like you said, you were looking with Samang, like who he made this with. Some of this kind of does smell like an auteur who didn't have anyone there to edit what was going on. Like, you need to cut this or build more mechanics on top of this stuff. And I will say, I'll try to give the game the benefit of the doubt a little bit, because if I drink too much, I get really impatient. And there's been several games that I've beaten drunk. One was Death Stranding 1, and I hated the ending of that game.
Yeah. That's not uncommon, though. I don't know if that's the drink's fault. The bullshit he makes you do towards the back end of that game is quite excessive. It was the boss fight before. There's a boss fight before you realize you have to do something that takes a long time to do. Mm-hmm. That boss fight was so bad, I was frothing at the mouth, probably like 10 beers in. And I ended up beating the game, and I hated it. And I bumped it down to easy from hard because that fight was so difficult. And then I woke up in the morning, I felt bad, and I replayed it on hard, and it was fine. Yeah,
I had a great time. And then another game was Elden Ring. It was the night before my daughter was going to come home. Oh, no, she was in the NICU for 10 days, and I'm like, I have to beat this game now.
This is pressure.
And why did I try to beat Elden Ring drunk? That seems like the worst possible thing you could do. I hated the ending of that game. And I also beat this game drunk. And the end of this game just kept going on and on. Yeah. And it just did not stop. Yeah. And I'm like, what are you doing? Someone needed to step in and you need to cut some of this stuff. And I lost patience with it towards the end. Now, I don't know how much of that was me drinking and how much of that was that game actually annoying, like being the tail end being bloated. But I think it left a very sour taste in my mouth when I finished it.
I think it accumulates over time, because as you were saying, once you get to the parts where it's just going from open world bit to open world bit, you're already feeling like, this isn't the exciting part of the game. It feels like it's padding already, and then when the back end of the game's even slower and seems like it's really pedestrian, you think, well, how a 6 to 7 hour game can feel bloated is it's a bit of a mystery to me, because it shouldn't feel like that, but it did. So I agree. It felt like I was like, when is this thing going to end? Like, and it shouldn't. Like a 5 to 6 hour, 7 whatever hours we're doing, that should be bread and butter. And you wrap it up and you think, oh, actually, I wanted more of that. I should be left wanting more, but I was left thinking, I'm bloody exhausted by this thing.
And it's such a shame too, because towards the end they also reintegrate the puzzle platforming quarters back in, and they actually make them quite challenging, and the game starts shining again. Like, this is what I wanted. And then it goes back to the bloated stuff. It was all over the place towards the end. Yeah.
One thing we haven't mentioned is there are these like boss quote unquote battles where you will essentially there'll be an object or a blob or whatever enemy type they've kind of decided to put into the world. It will be floating around. Usually there's an area in which is highlighted where you need to carry out tricks. I don't know if you have to carry them inside the area, but you need to land. I think you hold square, is it? And it does like a slam into the ground, and essentially it'll accumulate your
combo.
Yeah. That's it, yeah. And it'll accumulate your combo score, and then that'll do an equivalent amount of damage to the boss's kind of health. That seemed really novel at the beginning, but again, it was kind of used so much that towards the back end they were annoying. I think I failed one of them as well on the timer, and I was really like, that boiled my piss when I failed that because I ran out of time. But generally they weren't too difficult. But how did you feel about those? Because I think actually the idea is good, but again, it was just overused. Like, I feel like I did like a dozen of those, and I know I didn't do a dozen, but it felt like I'd done a dozen of the same kind of battles over and over again.
Yeah, I think the big issue with them is they didn't know where to put the challenge, so they decided to give it a timer. Like, it was the only way they could make it have stakes. And I just think, like, that is not... The goal of this game is fun and vibes.
Yes.
So I think they could have cut the timer out altogether, because there was one of them. It's one of the first ones where you have to, like, get to the boss. Yeah. And it's trying to throw stuff at you, and you're skating in between, and it takes quite a while to get to the boss in order for you to start your combo and damage him. And I wasn't, and it's, the vibes are great. The soundtrack is washing over you, and I was really, really into it. And then it like stopped. I'm like, what happened? I wasn't paying attention. I ran out of time. It's like, is this really like what this game needed, was for you to feel like you needed to finish it with it? So I wish they would have cut the timer part and just have you
agree.
just have it be fun, because it doesn't need this particular game didn't need that arbitrary aspect of stakes.
No.
And
I agree. It was the time. That's what I didn't like about Tony Hawk's at times, or Tony's. It was the timer, but that felt reasonable.
2 minutes?
2 minutes, yeah. And that's actually what put me off 3+4. Is 4 had no timer on it, but for the remake they've added the timer, and I'm like, why? What are you doing? What are you fucking around with things like that for?
I don't know. Maybe you can toggle it off in the settings or something, but I didn't dig into the settings to see.
No, I didn't either. We start to wrap things up on Skate Story. Is there anything else you wanted to chat about? I mean, we've mentioned the soundtrack in passing, but I do think when the game's at its best, and I think you used a phrase, or you alluded to a phrase that means this, like when it's singing, everything's working in harmony. It's really, really good, and I think the soundtrack is a massive part of that. This is one of the few, not one of the few games, but I kind of put it on, and I was playing it with my TV sound initially, and I was like, oh no, I need to put my headphones on for this. So I did. So for the rest of the playthrough, I bumped those on. I was like, this is, I'm bobbing along. This is a vibe, and that is when it was kind of at its strongest. But any other call outs for yourself?
Just to add on top of that, I think there are very few games that I think you need to have headphones on and don't listen to podcasts and actually be in it. And one game that I absolutely love is Hotline Miami. That's one.
Yes.
And this game is also one of those games where you shouldn't be listening to anything else. The Blood Culture soundtrack is like an inextricably linked part to the overall experience. I don't know, like I'm trying to separate my drunken night from this game with how I feel about it. I think it had an amazing first 2 hours that it just kind of didn't know what it wanted to do or how to make the mechanics work with these more open world levels. I just have to say, like, overall, and not only did it not work, but it just kept going on for so long. Like, if this was a 4-hour game that kind of stumbled with the open world stuff, maybe I'd feel a bit better, but tack on another 2 hours of that continually happening, and it just kind of annoyed me. I would love to see him do something else. Like, if you're going to give me something that can be reined in a little bit and tightened, then yeah, absolutely. But as it stands, I would say I kind of walked away from it disappointed overall, because like 4 of those 6 hours to me were annoying and bad.
Yeah, that's not a good place to be on. Let's move into the formalities. I don't know if you remember this from years ago, but we have Gaming's Gallery of Games where you've got a little statue in there with Cocoon. That's in there, ascribed to your name.
Was that gold?
Well, let's have a look. When was that? Here we go. Yeah, gold. You got a good memory. 2023 that was. So actually coming on 3 years. So yeah, you can choose to award a game or drop it into Gaming's Gallery of Games, and it'll be a platinum, gold, silver, or bronze, and then it'll be forever linked to you and your name. So you have to be careful of that. If you don't want to do that, you don't feel the game deserves to be immortalized in the gallery, you can just chuck it in self-storage outside. It's in the car park. It's just a little, like, I don't know if you have big yellow self-storage either over in the States or in Japan, but they're essentially big commercialized storage areas for people to chuck all their junk in. We've got one of those in the car park.
They're called trunk rooms in Japan.
Trunk rooms. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can chuck it in the trunk room if you want, and then, if people want to go out there and have a little look, we're not going to sell it off. This isn't like Storage Raiders or whatever that program's called. What's it called? Storage Wars? What's it called?
I think something like that.
Something like that. I used to not watch it, but it used to be on in the background sometimes, and I would think, what are these guys? Anyway, I'm going to go off on a tangent about that show, which everyone knows of. So you can chuck it in there. We're not going to sell any of this stuff in there, so it's not like it's going to get lost. Just that if people are finished with the gallery, they might want to have a look out there and see some things that didn't make it in. So the opening gambit is, does Skate Story earn its way into Gaming's Gallery of Games under your stewardship, or does it go into self-storage?
Okay, I think last time I was on, there was, I guess you got a little bit nicer with how you want to deal with these games, because just before the show, I was gonna chuck this thing in the fucking Boglin bin or whatever it was called. The Bobkin.
So the botchling bin's there. That's for games that you start and don't finish, which I think we've discussed.
Oh, okay.
We'll never use, but there's plenty of like rogues in the Dimp clan that start stuff. Like Sir Bin-a-Lot, Biff, he just starts stuff and then bins it. Like he could be on the last mission and then drops it. I'm like, he doesn't care. So it goes in the botchling bin where it didn't even get finished. So the self-storage is a bit of a step up.
Takes a sort of strength to be able to do that, to get that.
He's a better man than me, that's for sure. If you can do that, if you can walk away from that and not keep yourself up at night like I would, then
he values his time, I suppose, more than.
But he doesn't. I know him, Evan. He doesn't value his time because some of the things he gets up to, like this is the thing that drives me insane. But you can't rein him in. So the botchling bin's out of consideration because you finished it. So it will just be self-storage or in the gallery.
I think I appreciate a lot of stuff around this game, but I think I have to make a statement to Sam Eng. It has to be said that this is going in the trunk room.
The trunk room.
Blood culture and the font he used for the logo is not enough for me to. You got to tighten it up, man. I can't award you with the bronze with those 4 hours of glass and pain.
Yeah,
maybe it was meta in that way. You did it on purpose. I'm not sure.
Don't get me started on the meta stuff that people talk about with some games. I'm like, come on.
Oh yeah,
knock it off.
Start using video game lingo for the real life. Like, what's your lore? Otash, what's the lore behind your name?
I don't bloody know. Okay, so trunk room for Skate Story for you. I'm going to put it in, and I'm going to put it in and give it a bronze because I did.
That's probably the fairer. Version of that.
I think it did tail off, absolutely. I think it tailed off probably a bit later for me when I started to get frustrated with it. So I think you may have said 2 hours out of the 6 were good. I would say closer to maybe 3.5 for me. And it really was. There was something that didn't hook me, which I can't really describe or understand why. But also, I was enjoying my time with it. I think when the game was on, it was on. When it was off, unfortunately, it was really cold. So it was a bit jarring, but there's something there. I think if Sam Ing comes back and does another thing like this, and I feel the same way, it goes straight in the trunk room because you can't get away with that. I'd like to give the first Gambit the benefit of the doubt. Who knows? Maybe I'll regret. Maybe I've emboldened him to use more fonts and pad out his games more. But a bronze for me for Skate Story on the PS5 Pro, and also, yeah, I'd say it's worth people having a go at because you will know quite early whether you're interested. Just be prepared that it won't necessarily last.
Yeah, I think your evaluation is a far fairer version of mine. One of my biggest weaknesses that I just simply won't overcome is when I start to dislike something, I'll hyper focus on that, and never.
I love that.
I never dig myself out of there. Instead of trying to be fair to it, I just start hating it.
Well, I've done that with Expedition 33.
Feed into the hate. So
I never hate it, but I like to just pull that thing down, and that's the. That's how things go. Well, look, that seems like a good moment. We've got trunk room for Skate Story. We've also got bronze for Skate Story. So we'll bid everyone adieu, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hello, it's Joe and Chris here, back with some kind of reviews, and I'm not sure how this one's going to go. You already know because you've probably read it. What do they call it in like the YouTube headline title and whatever it is?
Might not be in the headline title, but it'll be time-stamped.
Timestamps have seen. So
if one of them that's skipped over this, seen what it is and gone, well, that's going in the bin, then they know. But
so what's happened is that you and I have gone back to simpler times, technically.
Yeah.
Before we had all this bullshit. Pre-COVID, no houses.
Oh.
No cars. No, we might have had a car at that point. You might. Yeah, maybe not.
I don't think we passed until it was later.
It was later, wasn't it? So there's no... I would say at the point that... I don't know when... So we're here to discuss The Last of Us...
Yep.
And Metal Gear Solid 4, right?
Yes.
I don't know when The
Correct.
Last of Us was released. You've probably got that burned into your skull, but you just said to me offline that Metal Gear Solid 4 was 2008,
Yes, Metal Gear Solid 4 was
Which is-
2008.
which is nearly 18 years ago, which is mad, by the way. But that was probably not far off when you and I were playing men's football for the first time, nearly. It might have been a
Yeah.
year later. I think probably 2007 we went into men's football, something like that, when we were about 17, weren't we?
Yeah.
But that is that feels like what I'm trying to do is contextualize time that's passed
Yes. It's been a-
since that game was released. And that is
been a
mad. And it's been a minute, yeah. And I think it feels like, at least lately, there's been a bit of what I'd call a renaissance towards classic gaming, which I think's always been there, but it feels like it's even more so a thing these days where people want to play all of these sort of good games from the past
Yeah.
now in kind of a more modern setting, or not necessarily just playing on old consoles. I was watching a clip the other day of a trucker that has got a really random and in his cab he
Yeah.
doesn't have any handheld bullshit or anything like that. He was connecting a Sega Mega Drive to it.
Yeah.
He had, honestly, it was amazing. I was thinking, I'm doing life wrong, right? This is genuine. He had a pizza oven, so he put a pizza into his pizza oven. He had a keg of Hawkstone beer that he put into a pourer. So he poured himself this sort of like beautifully cool pint of Hawkstone beer. He put a pizza into his pizza oven in his cab. And then connected up a Sega Mega Drive to play. I can't remember which game it was, but I was just like, what? Like, how? Like, you sit. There's a moment where you sit there and you think, this is pretty cool. Like, I quite.
Oh
like
yeah,
the
that
idea of
is.
that.
He's got it sorted, isn't he?
But he hasn't gone for like a Steam Deck or a Switch 2.
Yeah.
He's like, stick that up your ass. I want to play my Mega Drive, which I think is quite a cool thing for people to do.
Well, we've had those
I
idiots
wonder-
in the Dimp group spending hundreds upon hundreds of pounds on this N64 console. What was it
Yeah.
called? An analog something? I can't remember even what it's called now. I'll get one of them on to explain all this at some point
Yeah.
because I don't know what they're up
Is
to.
it a 4K N64 or something? Basically, is the headline that I think I read.
And you got people going on eBay getting all these expensive games again. It's like, you had them.
Yeah.
Why have you? What are we doing?
I don't. I do understand it.
No.
I think I can kind of get this idea of nostalgia. The biggest
Look,
problem.
if
that
people
I've
are
got
spending money on that, the economy's broken. Something's wrong.
well, this is what I thought. I was like, all I keep hearing about is cost of living crisis. It's all you hear about ever. Gas bills, electricity bills, all this, that, and the other. And there's good money, not even I would class this within significant money range. Like, this isn't pocket money range. Like, this is hundreds of pounds
Yes.
being spent on this stuff. And I'm like, I don't. It doesn't add up to me personally.
Okay, they will have to explain themselves. One of them, they
Well,
will.
some-
They'll be on
yeah.
here, and I'll be going,
Yeah.
"What is going on here? And how much? I want I want an itemised list of what's been spent to keep these things running." Because
Well, you've got to remember, right? Hall don't play any of it. This is
No.
purely for Hall's collection. So he can almost be taken out of the equation because he's not buying it to play it. He's
No.
buying it to shelve it. So you go, okay, I mean, it's mad. Like, his fetish for controllers and whatever you want to, like, I'm like, whatever.
about the controllers.
But Adkins, on the other hand, is in it to play it. And that's where I'm sitting here going,
And he's
what
got
are we
enough
doing?
to play. I've got
Well,
fucking
he's the
8
king of
lists from him
backlogs,
of
isn't he?
progress
Yeah.
of what has and hasn't been done. And he's like, "Oh, I'm going to change my ways. I'll just start a game and finish it." Within a week, a new game was purchased, and then that was
Yeah.
that.
I mean, it is hard sometimes to be disciplined because
Wow.
you want to play, you get caught in
Pull your
these
head
hype
out your
trains
arse.
and you see things and you go, I really want a bit of that. It is hard sometimes to keep yourself out of it, but I don't feel like this N64 4K thing was kind of necessary. Like, there was no hype as far as I saw outside of that group.
Yeah.
Like, no one was even aware, I think, before Hall. think Hall put something in there about a year ago that funded the Kickstarter for it and stuff.
Yeah, I mean that shows a level of commitment at least that he found it and did it. But the Adkins and Adcock, the Tom A brothers jumped on the fucking bandwagon. I don't be liking it. Is it the Analog 3D? It's called, isn't it? Is that what it's?
I just
I'll get them on
the
to
group and
explain
walked
it.
away. I was like, I ain't dealing with this waffle.
We need to understand what's happened there and why the N64 I mean, they had some good games on that, but I don't know.
I mean,
they've literally got an N64 expansion pack in the Switch and Switch 2 where you can play the vast majority of these. Yeah, they're not upscaled or 4K, so I guess that's the proof will be in the pudding, I guess.
This is the problem I've got with some of these games. So I think they were designed to be played on like a CRT television.
Yeah.
I don't think that upscaling them adds a lot. Personally, I don't think playing like Sonic in 4K is wildly different than playing Sonic in 30 frames. I mean, I could be massively wrong on that.
They're getting the clear version of it. It's ugly as sin, that thing.
I'm not.
I always hated those controllers. You know, when you break one and then you're like, right, I need to get a new one. If there was a clear one and nothing else, I'd be like, oh, I ain't getting one.
What do you make of this one here?
What's that? Like, that's all right. Yellow. What's that? A piss yellow, a bit of white on the back. I don't like seeing the gubbins of it.
Yeah. I got an Xbox Anniversary Edition controller a little while ago that was kind of see-through green.
Right.
But that actually looked, I've probably still got it somewhere, but I don't know. But that actually was one of the few that looked good. But if it's just kind of like plain plastic, I find it looks cheap. Like cheap see-through plastic. I don't think it looks very good.
No, I agree.
But yeah, I must admit, I haven't. I mean, I wasn't an N64. I wasn't a Nintendo. I was a Sega guy. So it's not something that I was ever sort of massively into anyway. I played a bit of SNES around other people's houses, but N64 as a console just passed me by, really.
I played a bit of it, but by that time it was PlayStation I'd got involved with, and then
that's where I went. Yeah,
didn't actually buy my first Nintendo console until the Switch, the OG Switch.
Yeah. I think mine. Well, my first owned one was the Wii.
Hand in pocket. Or does that? Because I bought a Wii for someone else. I didn't buy it for me. It was in.
I feel like that someone might have bought that for me.
The actual first console I bought with my own money fully was that 360, which does bring us back round to this PS3 era.
Yeah, we should probably bring it back on track. After going around the houses as we do. So I'll let you talk through this because I need to understand what are we doing here in this day and age doing this. We've already discussed how much stuff there is to play, broadly speaking.
Yeah. I know.
Why are we going back and doing it on the old console? No, we're not even just playing it. This is the thing that's confused me. We're not just playing like... I get playing like The Last of Us Remastered or The Last of Us Upscaled and Upresed. Why are we going back to the PS3? Is this something that's been eating away at you for 17, 18 years?
So, first of all, Metal Gear Solid 4, as we record this, still not available on any other platform outside of a emulated PC. I think there's a version you can get running, but official channels, there's no backwards compatibility for it. It's been removed off of the PlayStation streaming catalogue, so you can actually play some PS3 games via PlayStation Now. I don't even know if they call it now, but you can stream them essentially. This was taken off there. So as we record this, Metal Gear Solid 4, if you ever want to go back and play Guns of the Patriots, you're out of luck unless you've got a PS3 lurking, or if you want to fuck about of the emulating. So that's
just
number
quickly.
one. Yep.
Why do you think they're doing that? That seems like an odd... Like, you can't imagine Microsoft, like, for their big titles, and if you want to play that game, you have to go and get the OG Xbox, or...
It's because the PS3 and its architecture is fucking difficult. They had to basically make a bespoke version. Nowadays, you make a console version, you can quite easily... And, well, talking shit, probably. Xbox, PlayStation, it's going to run and look the same. You might have to do a downscale version for the Series S. PS5 Pro, you turn the notches up a bit, but generally the architecture is quite similar, that you don't have to create a brand new version of it. The PS3 was so unique, which meant if you harnessed what was in there, you got some really, really good results, but everything else had to kind of be made bespoke. And then when Sony went, right, we're going to make a PS4, they could not find a way to have any backwards compatibility natively because of how complex the architecture was. So, it's one of those things they did back in 2006, and before you didn't think anything of it, and then when it came round later on, we're still sat here 2026 by the time people listen to this with no backwards compatibility. So the streaming is the only option, whereas Xbox didn't have backwards compatibility for the Xbox. When the Xbox One didn't have any, and then they added it later on via firmware
through that
updates.
arcade, and then they started.
Which shows it can be done, but I just think this PS3 was such a pig internally that you write to the metal on this thing and then forget about it, because there's other examples of games that haven't been, like Space Marine got remastered, the first one. No PlayStation version, because again, I think the version that's sitting on the PlayStation is tied up in this PS3 architecture, and that's a mess.
I might go down this rabbit hole at some point and just see what, because I remember
Cell processor is what they claim is the suspect.
Because I remember this being like an outrageously expensive console, the PS3, when it came out, which basically is what pulled got Xbox market share, as far as I understand, was a way more accessible.
Came out later, like a year later, and was like, I think it was $600 in the US.
It was mad, wasn't it?
And I think it was, or maybe 700. It might have been. I think it was 600. I don't want to go too far. And over here, I think it was at least £500, if not £600. And at that time, you could get a 360, because I went into Game Station and did this for 280 quid with Gears of War and Forza Motorsport 2.
Yeah,
and it was either that or pay 500 plus for this, and I was like, well, that's. I remember I was waiting. I was like, I'm waiting for get a PS3. Saw the price. It might have even been that weekend. I was like, well, I'm not going to be getting that, so I walked out, and then that's that.
That was probably back in the day when we didn't have as much disposable income either. Like
exactly, and that's why I say it's the first one I bought with my own money, 100%. It was that 360, and it was because I saw the PS3 price and was like, well, see you later.
I remember me and Dane having a conversation around what console to get, and the reason that we went.
It's not
for the
Dwayne,
Xbox,
is it? Dane, is that something that got added?
I'm pretty sure that was you. Yeah. But we were thinking about what one to get and where to go with it and stuff. And in the end, it was a no-brainer for the 360 for that exact reason. It's like we wanted to play. I think at the time it was Pro Evo, so it's like, well, there's no reason to spend all that money on a PlayStation, even though it was kind of, at that point, it felt like the default way to go. Like most people had a PS2, right? Like, I don't know many people that didn't have a PS2.
No.
Ironically, I didn't, because I was doing PC gaming. But if you had a console, like most people had a PS2. And it was just one of those things. It was just a bizarre time. And I think that's why I think it's important for people to remember when we're talking about this, like the whole dynamic. Everything back then was kind of different for us. And
Xbox Live was in its infancy, really. I mean, they had it on the original Xbox, but the 360 is where I would say it came to the forefront. So again, at this time, you're sort of online gaming is a thing, but it's not really hit the masses yet. And then over this generation, it blew up. Yeah,
I think that even back then, Microsoft or the Xbox 360 was seen as the more online friendly
it was
console, like,
even though you had to pay for it, you didn't have to pay for it on the PS3, but it was just better. It worked so much better. That's when they started tying your account also to achievements and things like that, and your footprint started becoming a thing. Nowadays people can't, and again this will tie back to the other reason why I'm playing it. It's these fucking footprints. Your profile that you've got a link to whatever account shows a history of what you have and haven't played via trophies and achievements. And then when we get to the real reason, you'll understand that it's because they introduced these fucking profiles. I'd much rather they got rid of it all and we just played on a fucking memory card and then you threw it away and that was the end of it. But nowadays it's all, I reckon Star will be coming to me saying you need to be ID in that, and I'll be like, well, there's me PlayStation fucking
add it to your digital ID.
Yeah.
Gamer score.
Want me to get away from it? It'll be on your fucking LinkedIn profile, added onto that. You're like, fuck's sake. What are we doing here?
Sorry, I distracted you, but I wanted to go down that rabbit hole a little bit. I can't remember even what the point you were making was originally.
No, so I was saying for Metal Gear, you can't play it anywhere.
That's it. Yeah,
the rumor is it's going to be part of Master Collection Vol.2, which is unannounced officially and not being confirmed. But the rumor is that's the idea, is to finally get Metal Gear Solid 4 onto modern platforms, etc. But as of today, and whilst we record this, PlayStation 3 is the only way to do it. But that's not really the real reason. I didn't have a hankering to go back and play Metal Gear Solid 4, and that also doesn't apply to The Last of Us, because as we know, there's The Last of Us, there's The Last of Us Remastered, and then The Last of Us Part 1, which is a remake of the remaster of the original. So there's 3 versions across 3 generations to play The Last of Us. So that absolutely doesn't cut the mustard when you come to that explanation. The real reason is this profile of mine, this PlayStation profile, I started it in 2013, had a 360 as we've established, so got to the end of the generation and PS4s and Xbox Ones are on the horizon. I was like, you know what, I haven't played any of the PS3 stuff because there's exclusives, Uncharted, Metal Gear Solid 4, The Last of Us, there's a handful of others in there as well. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to borrow a PS3 and play through those games. So I did. Like at some point in 2013, I went back, I think I borrowed it off Reeves, in fact, the PS3.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And just spent a summer, maybe a bit longer, just going through the exclusives I like the look of. So I got to play the Uncharted trilogy, The Last of Us, Metal Gear Solid 4, etc., etc. And yeah, you earn trophies, they pop. It was the same as the achievement system. You know, I was like, okay, I understand this, whatever. Anyway, I got the PS4 eventually. So the next year, 2014, we get the PS4. I start playing that. Probably wasn't until a year or two after that. I was just one day scrolling through my profile and I was like, oh, let's see what my first game was on the PS3. I was thinking, so I went back and I could see them all, like, yeah, Uncharted 1, 2, 3. I saw Metal Gear Solid and The Last of Us. And then I looked at Metal Gear Solid The Last of Us and it said trophy percentage 1%. And I was like, fuck's happening here? And I thought, well, I know what it is. They've added DLC afterwards and that brings down your overall percentage on PlayStation. They had 6 fucking DLCs worth of new trophies. And even if you got 100%, it then falls down because you got 0% on 5 of the entries that are in there. And I thought, oh, no problem, it's that. Went in there, main game on both, like 1 and 2%. I was like, maybe there's just very few trophies assigned to like completing the game. Investigated further, and only 2 trophies on Metal Gear Solid 4 had synced to my profile. Like I think like Act 1 and Act 2, and there's 5 acts. So I was like, well, I completed that game, and now it's not showing on my profile. Went back to The Last of Us. There was no story-related completion trophy either, and I was like, that's annoying me because I've done it. So anyway, as soon as I saw that, and that probably was 10 years ago now, maybe a bit longer, I was like, I need to rectify that some way. And then this time I decided, hang on a minute, let's just get this done. Adkins, get on the blower. Where's your PS3? Get out the loft. Give me these discs. They're all discs and need installing. I'm going to play through these games once, collect a load of trophies along the way that I probably didn't get. So I actually used the guide to get the collectibles as much as I could through one playthrough, just so on my profile it shows that the PS3 versions of these games have been completed. So deal with that.
Who's this new version of Joe that we've got it? Going back and basically achievement hunting, essentially.
I just wanted the story trophies on there. But whilst I was there, I was like, you know what? I don't want to have missed out on a trophy that I had previously got. So I'm going to make sure I get all the ones that are available on one playthrough using it. And I know I didn't get them in my original playthrough. I've got far more trophies than I would have done, back in the day. But I thought that's the only way to cover it off is to get all available ones, and you can't miss them. And the reason, I don't understand why these trophies never synced. Now, from reading into it, the PS3 PlayStation Network at the time was crap, like
Yeah.
garbage. So that's one reason you can point at it. The other one is that there's people talking about you have to manually, to be safe, you have to manually sync it to the server each time you sort of end a session or whatever. So you go into the trophy menu, you press triangle, and then you hit sync, and it'll upload them to the server, and then they're there, they're stored. But if you don't do that, they're only showing locally on your profile. And if the console and the server don't talk to each other before you delete the game save, the evidence is wiped. So I'm assuming at some point I didn't do the manual sync, and it never synced automatically before I gave back that PS3 and chucked it in the bin.
Gotcha.
So I was left cap-handed. So it's a stupid reason. But Metal Gear Solid 4 I haven't played since then. The Last of Us I have. And I thought, well, let's just do it anyway. Because at some point, that PS3 server will be brought down. You won't be syncing nothing to it. One day, that'll be gone. They'll be going, that's shut. So if you want to play stuff, you ain't going to be able to get the trophies for it anymore. So again, I was like, look, let's just get this off a plate. You had 10 years of lost sleep over this. It won't be that much of a fucking ordeal. And we'll get through them. So we did.
Was it like booting up a PS3 again?
Not as bad as I anticipated. Initially, trying to log into my profile on the PS3 was a nightmare. I had to sort of create like a temporary account and then link it to my new profile, because at some point they must have come off whatever they were storing them on, and PS4 or whatever. I don't know what I had to. It was a bit of a. You couldn't log in by the usual means. I had to create like a temporary login almost to link it up. So I did that. The biggest. I was expecting to be really slow and horrible, and it is slow and it is horrible, but it's not as bad as I remembered. Like I remembered like trying to get through the menus and it being really slow and laggy. But the real stinker, and you may be able to correct this in the settings somewhere. It may well be because Adkins's PS3 is actually a Japanese import one, because it would play PS2 and PS1 games. They had backwards compatibility originally Sony, and then they released newer models and took it out. So this is one of the versions that will play PS1, PS2, PS3. But circle is forwards in the menu. X is back. So it's backwards to what you'll have now. You pick up a controller now and you expect... Well, I'm talking the symbols on the PlayStation. So you hit X now to go forwards, like to confirm something.
Yeah.
You hit circle to cancel or to go back.
Yeah.
The amount of times my brain would go, right, go into the trophies, hit X. Nope, you've come out the menu. You've got to hit circle to go in there.
Was that just a historic thing then?
Well, I think it's the Switch. I think still does it. I think it's just the difference between Japanese and Western controller mapping. At some point, Sony, when we're selling probably 90% of our consoles outside of Japan, let's just change it to X forward, circle backwards. And I think Xbox has always been that way.
You circle back to things, didn't you? It's a common phrase. You circle back to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just feels, and if that bottom button has always been like, it's A on Xbox, like it's, irrespective of what it's called, it's the location of the button, really, at the end of the day. Like, it's always been that way. And I don't know, I think that goes back to when there was two buttons, maybe. A and B, or whatever it might have been back in the day. Like on Sega, you had A and B, and then it was the other way around, I think, on a SNES controller. But you only had two buttons. You didn't have that four-button layout. And the bottom button was always to go to progress, and the button above it to the right was always to go back. Like, that's always been a common layout. Yeah. To do it the other way around is a mind fuck for sure.
I think Sony have always had it that way up until the PS4. Because I do remember it being. I remember having to untrain myself when I got the Xbox 360 to use the bottom button. So there was something going on, and it also used to be even more annoying because certain games would have it X is forward, circle is back. But some of the Japanese games would have circle is forward, X is back. So even within the console itself, you'd have different rule sets that were being
Maybe
used.
It's just a weird cultural difference then that I'd never fully appreciated.
I remember reading up on it, and I probably got this wrong, so don't... you can check it with AI, but that's wrong 80% of the time. But
Don't worry about that.
something to do with circle. If they were to fill in a form, you'd mark it as circle to confirm, X as no. It's something like that. Or if I remember, is a symbol that in a culture, probably Japan, that's where it's used. But I ain't looking it up. But that was the biggest blower, really, trying to get that working.
Interesting.
Second thing was, I forgot completely that you put the disc in and you have to install it all.
Yeah.
It's off the disc as well. It's not you don't just pop it in and it starts downloading something. It's like, no, the disc has to stay and going. I was like, oh, this was the first generation when we started doing that. I remember us all complaining, going, you have to fucking install everything. Whereas now,
because historically you just put it in and it would
go. Yeah, the PS2, the Xbox, you're on your way. This was like, no, watch it install. And I was like, okay.
I'm trying to remember that now. I feel like it took fucking ages historically.
Yeah, it was slow.
But then that's been blurred by the fact that nowadays you have to download the fucker anyway. Like, you don't have to install it.
No.
You can play it immediately. But I suppose it installs as it downloads. Maybe I don't know. But
nowadays you can play a portion of the game within the first few minutes because it installs like the opening half hour of it, and you can get going. But back then it was like, no, you wait for this disc and you hope there's not a thumb mark on it, and then it's not going to load the data or something. Considering it came from Adkins, I was like, well, that's not a 0% chance that there's some sort of mark on this that makes it not work. But fortunately, we got it all installed and off the races, and it's a weird middle ground. I forgot about this weird middle ground that we had where you had to put a disc in and install a portion of the disc at least. Because I feel a lot of them wouldn't obviously play without the disc because you could just go around installing it anyway and not have the disc. So you needed the disc. But I forgot about the whole install from disc thing. Fuck me. And then some of them you would install from a disc and then there would be an update and you'd have to download the update on some horrific bandwidth connection. Wow. What a trip down memory lane this is. This is why I was fascinated when you text me about this, because it's like, I think we forget broadly, there's a lot of things that just happen nowadays that we just kind of take for granted. Just
like
eat.
Bandwidths, well, just eat, whatever it is, but just in the world of gaming, like this, the stuff that I've forgotten about, which is why I was keen to get your perspective on literally booting up an old console. Like, what was that like? Like, was it noticeably worse? And to be fair, it should be okay still, but
it didn't feel like it was particularly stable. It never actually crapped itself and crashed out. But I don't know if it's just a mindset. But I was like, this thing, surely it's like 20 years old almost at this point. It can't. It's hardware. It'll break down eventually. But to be fair to it, it didn't actually shit its pants at any point.
This idea that it'll just naturally degrade.
Yeah. When I first plugged it in, there was like a snowy effect, like a green snowy. You could see you could see this the cross media bar, but there was like a background noise, and I was like, oh, here we go. There's cable fucking compatibility or something like that.
Yeah.
But all I did was wiggle it. Like old school, like in the back of the telly, and it got rid of it, and I was like, well, there you go.
Was it an HDMI cable?
Yeah, it was. HDMI.
Because even stuff like that, where I'm like, I'm pretty sure we used HDMI, because I'm pretty sure Xbox 360 was HDMI, but I wasn't 100% certain.
It was, you had to buy an adapter if you had that for the 360. I think it was SCART before that, or it might have been component with the free colours.
Well, I remember
if you wanted full HD, you had to get the HDMI adapter, chuck it in the back of the free. This is one of the early models anyway. I don't know if they fixed it, but if you move to a flat screen, basically, you'd have to get the HDMI adapter for the 360. I think
what was SCART? I was using SCART on the Xbox for ages, which is why I was asking it, because I was like, Jesus, it's not 100% certainty, and that shows you how quickly it's come along. Because now you need special 4K HDMI cables and stuff. Like it's stuff that you just take for granted. Like you plug in with HDMI, it's like, well, okay, right. Shall we get on to one of these fucking games?
Yeah, why not? I won't rattle off or prattle on too much about the games, because they are what they are. Especially The Last of Us. There's some interesting notes I've got in the back of my head, but I did play Metal Gear Solid 4 first.
Yeah, let's do that.
So here's one thing that I did. There's no difficulty related trophies for the game other than the very top big boss difficulty, which you can only unlock after completing the game. So to make my life easier, to get the collectibles and to non-lethally deal with the bosses, I chucked it on the easiest difficulty. So I thought I ain't got to worry about the game annoying me from that perspective.
We don't need that stress at this point.
No, I've gone through it and whatever. It's not a problem. And I did, as I said, I used a guide to go through and get the collectibles. So I don't typically use guides ever, unless it's at the very end of a game that I've completely finished and I'm like, I fancy getting the platinum for this. What do I need to do? Because some of that stuff's hidden or cryptic. And so I ran through the game with a guide to get collectibles along the way and where to go. It's not all, there's a little bit of open-endedness to the game, but not too much. And then had it on the easiest difficulty. And I suppose graphically and the performance-wise, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Because I was expecting to put this on, it's like 30-ish FPS, and I was like, well, this is going to be just impossible for my brain to comprehend. But once I'd loaded it up and started wandering around, I was like, it's not actually that bad. Like, it's a bit inconsistent, the frame rate, but it's not terrible. I think that's because the game itself's not a fast-paced action game.
Yeah.
It's quite slow-paced, and you're stealthing around and trying to avoid being detected moving slowly. So you notice it less. And the game itself is scoped appropriately as well. There's not massive sprawling open areas for the game to crap its pants and start chugging. It's like the contained areas, and getting in and out of the game as well, just loading the game up. So after install, like reloading a save, quick. Like, not as quick as Ghost of Yotei. Like, you hit Ghost of Yotei and you're in the game with no menus within 4 seconds. So it's not that, but it's not as bad as I anticipated. Like, you're in within a minute or so, not having to wait for big loads. So it actually didn't feel that old. Maybe a minute, I don't know.
You go
It's
for
long,
4
but
seconds. So what you mean is you're not sitting there for like fucking 5 minutes while it loads again.
When we get onto The Last of Us, that's when the punishment starts for that load up, which we'll get to. So Metal Gear Solid 4 for this era, pretty good, I would say. The immediate thing that threw me was the controls. Now, Metal Gear's always had funny controls anyway. They've been a bit awkward. They didn't really find their feet until MGS5, when it's like, now you've got proper over-the-shoulder camera. Well, because they've been playing, they're on different generations in every game, so we didn't have full 3D cameras and whatnot. And really, once the PS4 came out, they've wanted to kind of standardise, like, it's time to use this control scheme. But holding, so you aim with R2 and you shoot with R1.
No.
What are we doing there?
That's net. I don't know what we're doing. Like,
Sorry, that's a lie. So it's L1 you aim down sights with, and you fire with R1.
No, it's even weirder.
I know, yeah.
That's it. That is even weirder.
It's not L2 and R2. It's only one little shift, but I immediately was like, oh, I keep pressing
So you're
L2.
doing it at the top. Like, in action games, they're kind of like it might be a grenade or an alternate or weapon switch, or they're not anything to do with that. It's always the bottom two triggers. Yeah, how weird.
Exactly. So that was a bit of, again, outside of having to keep pressing circle and X the wrong way round, because obviously in the game it follows that same rule. So that was a pig to get round. So it wasn't so bad, is what I'm getting at. It didn't feel as old as I'd anticipating. As for the game itself, look, there are a lot of cutscenes in this, and when I'm able to get through the game quite quickly because I'm playing on an easy difficulty, I might spend a bit of time finding something specific for the collectibles or whatever. But for the most part, fodder enemies aren't going to offer any resistance. You can rattle through the zones quite quickly. The amount of times it will stop you and be like, 25-minute cutscene. That's standard. Anything less than that and you got off lightly. Like, it really does, when you're playing the game at this pace, you think, good Lord, there's a lot here, and you kind of just want it to end. Like, I think there's an 80-minute cutscene at one point.
80?
Yeah. So, this is the one where people went, you're going over the top, Kojima. Now, ironically, in Metal Gear Solid 5, there's very little in cutscenes, and people complain because they want enough story, but this is the case where it is too far. Now, in his defence, this was supposed to be the last game, and it was to wrap up all this mad story from the first 3 games and whatever else they'd done. So there is a lot of, like, you can tell, they're like, right, now we've got to bring this character back, go through that, they got an arc, blah, blah, blah. So there's a shitload of that. And to be fair, like, this could have ended the series and no one would have batted an eye. They'd have gone, right, pretty much every single strand has been completed at that point. There's no need to go any further. But it is egregious, like, to sit through those cutscenes and whatnot. It's particularly for me, because I was like, I want to get through this as quick as possible. So the mindset's not really... I'm not up for sitting through this and really taking it in and enjoying it. I want to get through it. Now, I could have skipped them, but I'm not doing that either. Because there actually is a trophy for hitting, I think it's R1, during the flash. Like, it triggers like a flashback if you hit it at certain times in the cutscenes.
Right.
There's 72 of them, I think. And I didn't get that, so I must have missed 1 or 2 down the line. So
so you sat through them and you still didn't get it.
Yeah, I still didn't get it. So I don't know what happened there. I could have sworn I was doing it. It might have been circle, but I can't remember what button you have to press to do it. But I was like, okay, that's that one gone. I'm not replaying it for that.
No, what?
So, yeah, action-wise, it holds up pretty well. I mean, I just played Snake Eater not long ago, so that's the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, and that definitely plays better. You know, the aiming down sights and shooting is mapped to the correct button, or buttons. But this, to be fair, doesn't feel out of place, to be honest. It's a little bit awkward. They always have been awkward. Technically, it's fine. Looks good, mostly. What you'll notice is that the jaggies, I think we used to call them, like the outlines of people, the outlines of objects are really, like, fuzzy. That's where you notice, like, the clarity of games now compared to this. Like, that's a couple of generations shift. You can see that. But generally, you know, it is the wrap up of the series. Obviously, it would be ideal if I'd played through the entire series and then got to this in its right order, because the backstory and the characters, it's all going to be fresh, but that wasn't going to happen here. So I've lost a bit there. But to be honest, I was expecting a lot worse. Cutscenes aside, it's still pretty playable and enjoyable. The boss battles are still... You know, there's still a lot of games that aren't close to that in terms of design or ideas, and so that's good. Tad awkward at times for, like, pure action scenes, and that's kind of a Metal Gear Solid staple. It is designed to be a stealth game, but you'll get caught out a few times. But yeah, overall was quite nostalgic to go back and see all the characters and see the wrap up, I guess, of, like, the main arcs of the story, and wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. So I was reasonably happy once I got through it. There were times, though, during that fucking cutscenes, I was like, good Lord.
I can't imagine sitting there for over an hour watching cutscenes.
Yep.
Like that.
At least you can pause them, because that was the thing.
Yeah, but that is mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's mental.
In any game, in any era, that is mad. Like, can you imagine if you had to sit there in God of War 3, when it inevitably, if it ever comes, and you sit there for an hour in a cutscene, you go, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Let me just fucking play it.
Yep.
Like, I don't know what the...
Yeah, I mean, the way I played it made it worse, certainly, but there is still a lot there, which most people, unless you're a super... This is the thing I'm about to say about Metal Gear Solid 4. It's not the game you try if you want to try Metal Gear Solid. This is the game for the fans that have played them all and want the wrap up and the what's happening and the arc to finish. You don't just rock up at Metal Gear Solid 4 and think, oh, I'm going to jump into this. Like, no, you're not welcome, for one. And secondly, you're going to hate every minute of it probably, because you're not going to have any idea what's going on. So unashamedly a fourth entry into a saga of games that are quite mad on their own, and then it ties all that up and you'd be like, I completely lost here. What's going on?
I said to you, didn't I, before we started recording, I went, maybe I'll just go and look for the trailer just to remind myself what's kind of happening here. And the first thing that comes up is a 3.5 million views It was added 11 years ago, and it's called Metal Gear Solid 4, the movie.
Yeah.
In brackets, HD,
Oh, yeah.
full story, which is just mental. And that is 7 hours and 41 minutes long. And it just goes to show, like, that is insane. Like, it is pretty crazy. Okay. What do you want to do? Do you want to rank these games together, or do you want to do them individually? Do you want a gallery? What do you want to do?
Up to you. You decide. Do you want to hear them? Obviously, they'll have a separate grading if they've made it into the gallery. You can either do it both at the end or as we go.
Yeah, well, I think we'll do it both at the end because it feels weird to go to the gallery twice. It's like you're going there, coming back.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you wouldn't go to the supermarket for some bread and come back and go and get some milk, would you?
71 minutes is the long cutscene, the continuous one that's often quoted. And overall, there's a runtime of about 8 or 9 hours of cutscenes.
Mad.
Yeah.
Mad. I mean, I'm fine.
I think
with
I finished it in 15 hours, so like that included the cutscenes. So if you like, most of it was cutscenes. And I was going quick because I had it on easy mode, but yeah, like
at least you could argue that at least there's probably 50-50 at least.
Yeah,
like as much cinematics as there is gameplay.
Yeah,
it is just. I don't know if I'd be interested to know what the closest game is to that in terms of split between cutscenes and playtime. Like, yeah. I reckon.
I think if you're playing it on properly and not just looking for the critical path, I think it would take. My clock would probably run in at about 20 hours. I think if I played this normally, so it'd still be almost half, but there would be a slight edge. I think, but a lot of people play faster than me, so perhaps the split would be.
This
close
is what
to
I'm thinking. Like, I would say that you're generally, even on what I'd class as a quick run.
Yeah,
pretty thorough. Like you're not a breaknecker in my experience, anyway. Although we did breakneck a little bit in the Division.
That's got a 60 FPS patch, the original now for current gen for PS5 specifically. I think it was already. So if you want to go back to the original,
I never want to pick that game up again. In all honesty, and I don't make any apologies for it either. Yeah, okay, cool. We'll come back to, if you've got nothing to say on Metal Gear, we'll come back to that at the end for a grading. So we go on to The Last of Us.
Yes.
So keen to understand what it was like having played what you would probably consider better versions lately or after it, how it was. Because obviously Metal Gear, you said you've obviously only ever played it.
That's only my second time through it. Yeah.
That's only your second time for it, and you've only ever played it in that same format with the same graphics on the same console. Whereas you played The Last of Us
at least 3 times, maybe.
I was going to say maybe 4.
I haven't played the new remake version, like the Last of Us Part 1 on PS5, but I played the remastered version and the original. And I think I even played the remastered version on PS5.
What are you waiting for that latest version then? What's the grievance?
Well, this. Because I thought I can't play the remake and then go back to the PS3. That might be too. At least if I've got some separation, I'll just jump into this one. And then I'll be able to play the best version afterwards. Do you know what I mean? It would be like a little treat almost.
Yeah. But that would be the worst way of doing it. Like you play what you could probably consider is the best ever, and then arguably play the worst.
Absolutely.
Immediately after,
Yes.
Wow.
So we went back to The Last of Us Part 1. The installation on that was fucking long. Took forever. And then when I thought I'd installed it and came back to play it later on, I booted the menu and it was like, nope, got to do a bit more. I was like, why haven't you... What are we doing? Like, why are we only installing the menu and then having me come back to it? So that annoyed me. On the loading front, trying to get into this game, so you hit the tile, you sit there and wait, splash screen, you skip through what you can. Sometimes it lets you do stuff, sometimes it doesn't, depending on the game. Hit continue, maybe 20 seconds, then you'll load and you're in. Sometimes, and I couldn't work out what the rationale was, why it would do this sometimes and why it wouldn't do this sometimes. I'd hit continue and then a little load would come up at the bottom at 0%, and you could hear the disc going, and it would be like loading my game state, and this would take, I'm not even joking, sometimes up to and over 2 minutes. I timed one of them. Now, part of that could be hardware. This thing is a launch PS3, whatever. They may have improved that. As you said, Adkins' grubby discs. Who knows what residue is on those things as well. But good Lord, every time I sat down to play it, I was like, I'm not even going to play this for another 5 minutes. Like, I might as well hit enter and then wander off and do something else and come back. And it was just... And like I said, it didn't do it all the time. I reckon about 80% of the time it did it, but there was a couple of times when I'd boot it up fresh, turn the console on, start, and it wouldn't do it. So I don't know if it's like at a certain point it would cache in the memory somewhere or do whatever, but it was painful to get into this game each time, which really sets you off on the back foot. The other interesting thing about this game, we mentioned Metal Gear Solid 4 about it's, holding L1 to aim down sights and R1 to shoot. And you go, yeah, that fucking Kojima, he's got some weird control schemes. Well, you fire this game up and it's the same for The Last of Us. So it must have been a generational thing, or some games were doing it and some weren't. And this was one of the last games, it's Sony's last first-party game. So it's pushing the tech and all the lessons learned throughout the generation normally culminate in their sort of end of generation games, and yet we're still using L1 and R1. So
I don't ever remember that. I mean, that doesn't mean much coming from me because I don't remember much anyway. But I always just feel like whenever I've picked up a controller, and I'll pick up my controller now, like the idea of I'd like to go back to like Call of Duty 4 and just double check whether. Like, because I'm like, maybe I've just got so used to it over the past 15
now,
years, 10 years. It's just a standard. I assume it's always been that way. And I'm like, has it? Maybe it hasn't. Maybe. But I always feel like it's been L2 to zoom or to aim, R2 to shoot, R1 is like grenade or ult or something like that. Like, that feels like it's
I wonder whether at this
ingrained.
stage, third-person games were L1, R1, and first-person were L2, R2. Like I said, when I didn't remember. Well, I didn't remember it when I turned on Metal Gear Solid 4. I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." But then I placed it as Konami, Kojima. The control schemes are always a bit strange. It was not an out-and-out action game. But when it was there for The Last of Us, I was like, "Bloody hell!"
Yes, it feels weird. Like, it feels weird to aim and shoot. I mean, I'd get used to it, but I can almost certainly tell you that if I tried to do that now, I'd occasionally slip back into, like, when I boot it up, for example, I reckon I'd slip back into it and go, oh yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's not ideal from that sense. This is much more of an action-heavy game. It's actually a lot of stealth as well, but it's more... in the game itself is more cinematic, whereas Metal Gear is less cinematic in the game, but they have the cutscenes that do all this... Yeah. This is obviously designed, it's a Naughty Dog game with attention to detail, and they want you to have that feeling. So the 30 FPS, and again, it's not a solid 30 FPS, it will chug when there's big action going on. Definitely
have to be sick every time you say that. Even just the solid 30 FPS, I'm like, ugh. But if it's not even consistent, it makes you sort of go, oh, God.
Yeah. This is what we had to deal with back then.
You didn't know any better. This is the point.
No,
It wasn't even really until... I feel like the Xbox One, so like after the 360, that we even got to like 60 FPS being a thing.
Well, I'd argue it wasn't.
I'll
argue it wasn't really until the PS5 and Series X when 60 FPS became the standard.
Maybe.
There's some games that hit it in PS4 and Xbox One, but there was a lot that didn't. Because that was where PC was like laughing.
4? Was it 3 or 4? With Hall, me, you, we all jumped in and genuinely the worst frame rate I've ever experienced on a game.
Borderlands.
It was horrendous to the point where I was like, I literally can't play this. It was that.
I think
bad.
that was running through backwards compatibility. They have done remasters of them since. They've boosted it up, but there's another example of that trash being wheeled out.
And that was years ago as well. It's just,
yeah. So it didn't run the best. You can clearly tell that this is like a swan song type game, and like it looks better by quite a bit than Metal Gear. So the detail, they still have the jaggies, mind you, still a bit jaggy on the edges, but what they're doing in terms of content being dropped into what a player can interact with. But like I said, that came at a cost as well, because trying to get into the game was an ordeal. So it's almost like they were a bit too ambitious. I mean, we were trained back then to expect longer load times. So it's probably not as... It wouldn't stick out as much. And even on the PS4, I remember dying in Bloodborne, and that could take 90 seconds to reload, and we're letting that off the hook. So it wasn't like it is today.
Yeah.
But certainly you can tell that this game was pushing the system to its limits to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it looks its age, right? Which isn't unfair. But
no.
It looks... I'm just thought I'd just have a quick look to see what it looks like. As you say, you can see those sort of like... The back of Joel's hair, for example, looks a little bit like... but the environment looks pretty good. Like, you know, if you played an indie game or something nowadays with that sort of environment, you go...
Oh, yeah, that'd be...
This, like, you know, it's pretty damn good. So you can't... It's hard to criticise it, really.
Yeah, I think it is a product of its time. But I obviously have context and experience of what we have now. And this is objectively the worst version of the game to play this. We've got 3 of them now. We've got this one, we've got the remaster, and we've got the remake. This is the worst. There's no reason other than to get old trophies back to play this if you've got access to a PS4 or a PS5, because it's not offering anything other than a subpar experience in comparison to its peers.
Yeah.
And there's other thing I've not got first-hand experience of this because I've not played the remake yet. But one of the things that was present in the remaster and in this version is your companions running into the infected and not triggering them.
I remember you saying this, yeah.
Like immersion breaking. I think they mentioned it in the remake as something they tried to fix. Now, whether they did or not, I don't know. But you notice it a hell of a lot in this game, like fucking Bill or Ellie or whatever, just crashing into clickers, and then there's no... I mean, what's the other way? They crash into it and you get spotted, and you'd be more annoyed. So it is the lesser of two evils. But there's a couple of times though when they would get in my way. Like I'm trying to get behind cover, and fucking Bill would put his big fucking lumbering boots in my way. I'm like, get out of here! I'm here. Like the AI shouldn't be near me when I'm in fucking gunplay. I need some cover here. You can't die.
Space.
Yeah. If I die, this checkpoint ends. So. Yeah, it'll be interesting to go back to the remake at some point in the future, or go to the remake and see whether those little things have been ironed out, as well as obviously the improved graphics and the frame rate and whatnot. But yeah, to be honest, the game's still the same as you'd expect, but I would say that the technical shortcomings are more noticeable in this than they were for Metal Gear Solid 4. Right. I think that's just the ambition of the game being higher, so you're taking a few more compromises with performance and getting in and out of the game and just some logistical stuff. And also I do have the context of at least the remaster running on a PS4 and a PS4 Pro, where it's running a lot better and just a much better user experience. So you'd normally be putting the likes of a Last of Us in the Platinum category, but with the context I've had, I guess we'll find out whether it's going to make it in there or it's going to get punished.
It's one of those things. And it is helpful to go back and just...
if you realise how good you got it today, you think, well, that's...
This is the thing. Like, I'm just watching
but
it's like an hour video that I'm just sort of scrolling through just to get a bit of a feel for it. And there's a scene where they're looking at a load of giraffes. You might remember this. And it's like in the distance, and just even the environment's a little bit like janky. Like and even when they sort of it pans back to go back behind Joel's head, like after the cutscene, like it just feels. Yeah, it just feels old now.
And it is
right. It is old. So but it's just surprising because when you look at it, like on face value, it still looks good. Like in the
if you pause
scenes,
and just glance at it and don't inspect it too much, you think, cool. But when it's in motion and when you're wandering around and because what you'll notice also, there's a lot of like flickering of assets and things that aren't. You spot these sort of things in the distance, like the water or shimmer or tree or a bit of like foliage. You can see it. It's distracting little artifacts are present,
Great, yeah.
and you're like, what's
That's one
going
of the
on
things
here?
that I was sort of picking out, and I described it poorly with the word janky, but it does just look a little. It's like the environment is kind of unstable, in a weird kind of way. And as you say, it's just a little bit by today's standards. Like if you saw that in games today, it would feel
It'd be
odd.
written off. It'd be crapped on.
Like, and it does. The problem is you do have to judge these things by what you've played today. Obviously, acknowledging that they were a product of their time. But there's things that were acceptable. Like as you say, this was pushing the boundaries.
Yeah.
17, 18 years ago, and clearly it's not anymore. Like that is just the nature of progress. But it is weird to go back and look at this stuff because your mind doesn't remember these things. Like your memory from the time,
it can't be
pictures
trusted.
Well, it can't be. It goes, this was
lying all the
amazing.
time.
This was like, as you say, your brain remembers it as a boundary-pushing game.
Yeah.
But the stuff you've played since is better. So when you go back and think this was boundary-pushing, it's like, well, this feels not crap. That's the wrong word. But there's a lot of things that wouldn't be acceptable in a AAA game today or something that was pushing the boundaries. So it is hard to take yourself away from that and not judge it.
Yeah.
By it, even though you kind of have to because things have moved on. It's like if you drove a car from 20 years ago. Like I was having a conversation with someone the other day about heated seats, right? And it's one of those things that you get into a car nowadays and you put the heated seats on, you just go, this is amazing. Like immediately your arse and your back is warmed up. You don't have to sit on a freezing cold seat. And even to the point where some cars have got like heated gear knobs and heated steering wheels. Like I think the biggest game changer is like air conditioning. Like if you haven't had air conditioning and then you get it in the summer, you're like, I can't do without that. And I think it's one of those things where like you think like once you've had certain comforts and come to expect a certain standard, it's hard to take yourself back to something lower than that.
Yeah.
And I feel like games are a bit like that, even though you get people that love nostalgia and old sort of retro games.
Well, this sort of stuff ages.
Retro gaming now.
Well, I don't know how they get there, but I'd say these types of games, these 3D at the time graphical powerhouses, age worse than a 2D game ever did because the technology's come on so far, and the expectations and the need for ultra smooth gameplay, which we couldn't get with all these, beautiful graphics at the time, whereas a 2D game could run a much faster frame rate and whatnot. The 3D stuff just ages poorer over time. Yeah, which is why I've always been a big advocate of remasters, re-releases, remakes, because the design, the core design of the game is still excellent in this case. Yet it's just the performance of it isn't up to snuff. Now I can go and play the remake or the remaster and it will nullify pretty much all of my complaints that I've listed to you today. I haven't even spoken about the game because I don't need to because it speaks for itself. But people keep complaining about these remakes and re-release, and I get there is an annoyance of it because you're like, they should be working on something new, and it's like, but also I love the fact that I can play this game again in a version that's going to be palatable to what I've been playing recently. It's not going to feel old, and it's not going to. The game's not going to be drawn back by technical things. You're going to be able to enjoy it and be like, bloody hell, that's still an excellent game. Whereas if you send everyone back and say you have to play The Last of Us on PS3, they won't be saying it's the best game ever made. I can almost guarantee it. They'll be like, that's tricky now to go back to. So keep doing the remakes and remasters. They got to be done.
I'm okay with it. Like I kind of get that. Sometimes I feel like there's a bit of a blur between like people get pissy about films being remade, and whatever, and I'm like, that's different though because there's different actors, changes in the storyline and things like that. Whereas with games, that isn't what's happening. Like your
technology underpins so much of the experience, and when it's moved on, you're
literally uplifting something. Like you can't objectively, unless you fuck it up, make it worse. You can only make it better. So if someone got anything that you really like and said, I can make that better if you want for a few quid, you're probably going to be up for it. Look, I think there's a balance because you want people to make new shit, but also where you can make a good game objectively better. I don't mind paying for that. Like, no, I'm okay with it. But
And if you don't want it, you haven't got to either. That's what I always keep saying.
Yeah, agreed. And I think the only point I was going to make around the 3D versus 2D is I watched Terminator No Fate. I watched a playthrough of that the other day, and I was like, that stuff is just timeless.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You can play that stuff, and it would have been good 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, maybe. I don't know. And it's still good today. Like it's an interesting kind of genre, 2D games. I think they don't, as you say, they don't age as poorly. But yeah, when you watch this from 20 years ago, my God,
It's not 20 years. It's what, 13 years, 12, 13 years.
Is that what it is?
2013.
I suppose if it was the end of it, yeah.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid is a bit old. That was 2008, so that has got a bit of, but it's 2 generations old, and we're coming towards the back end of this PS5 generation. So you could argue it's closer to 3 generations old. Than it is.
It's really not that long, though, is it? I mean, I feel like generations are getting shorter.
Maybe. I don't
know whether that's just my age, but it feels like
it's because time
360 lasts for ages. Well, yeah,
but that did last. That did last longer than usual. Yeah, that was the longer because they had that fucking recession in the middle of it, didn't they? That fucking crisis.
2008. Was it?
I think they went. Well, we can't be. What we're going to do here? Just
genuinely didn't feel the pain of that at the time. I wasn't even aware. That was a thing.
Didn't have to worry about it too much.
It wasn't a problem, yeah.
No.
Literally not a problem.
No. People getting their houses repossessed left, right and centre.
Everyone panicking about it, and we're sitting there going...
Sitting there in my parents' place going,
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't bother me.
Right. Is there anything else you want to say, or do you want to move towards gallery?
Let's gallerise these bastards.
Yeah. Well, do they get gallery today? I don't know. Well, they get gallery. Do they get self-storage or put in the... Maybe it's gallery. Yeah, well, we'll find out. So I'll let you decide how you do it. I think we'll obviously go in and we go to your gallery as we always do. And I'll let you articulate in the best way you want to where each of these PS3 originals go.
Yeah, so they're both going in the gallery, so we can forget about that self-storage.
Can you imagine? Last of Us original self-storage.
Well, sometimes stuff deserves to go in there, but not today. And they're both getting a silver, but for different reasons. So Metal Gear Solid 4 is getting a silver because actually the playing on the PS3, the controls was a minor inconvenience to the game itself. Like, it's still a good game, but the balance and the way I was playing it as well, again, I have to contextualize it. I was trying to get through it quickly and get collectibles and whatnot. So you're obviously not playing it naturally, but I don't think narratively it's, well, you got so many hours of cuts. It's just too many cutscenes. I haven't been playing through the series recently. There's probably some bits lost. It's still good, but I think I would say there's better Metal Gear Solid games out there knocking around potentially. So still good, but technology-wise, it didn't really pinch it too much. So that's purely on like a game basis. The Last of Us, however, is a game that would have been lurking the platinums back in the day, and through the remaster it was as well. But the technology and the context of today's standards mean it loses a couple of grades. It's just a bit of a donkey to play this PS3 version of it, and if nothing else, it leaves room for the better versions of the game, the objectively better versions of the game to have some space to go above it. So had we been living back in 2013, it would have probably been a platinum, but technology's moved on, and I think that should be factored in. You can't remember this. It would be disingenuous to say, this PS3 version's still the absolute title game. And like I said, some 2D games and other game styles, you could get away with it, but these photorealistic or whatever they're aiming for, grounded action games struggled on the PS3, and that's just a way of kind of getting that out there and putting the stamp on it. A silver for The Last of Us and Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. The fans are going mental. Biff fuming.
Well, I think it would be disingenuous to say...
I want to put him on it and say, you play this version and then see what you think.
Yeah, I think it'd be disingenuous to say that it's objectively the same experience as like the remake, for example. It's just not. Like they've made an objectively better version of it, and therefore it's you just can't rank it alongside it. Otherwise, you're basically saying that it's the same when it's obviously not.
No, it's not. Sorry.
It's no shame getting in this gallery as well. I think we have to reiterate that. It's not easy. We put plenty of stuff in the fucking bins over the years and in that self-storage.
It'll go in there if it belongs there. But yes. No, it's still up to snuff. It's just, I know that there's better versions of this, and I've played them not too long ago. And it got in the way of the game. Just getting into the fucking thing felt like I was getting stressed out about that. So, it's one of those things. I'm looking forward to eventually going back to the remake and then seeing because again, I've used the guide for The Last of Us to get all the shiv doors and comic books and some of those optional conversations you have to get. How you would naturally get those is beyond me, because you have to stand around for like 4 minutes until Ellie's like, oh. But you just move on. Once you cleared the room, you collect your shit and move on.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Whereas to trigger it, you have to stand around like unnaturally. So no wonder no fucker gets it on their first playthrough. It's why I don't like playing with guys. It takes you out of it. But for these specific scenarios, it reinforced why I wouldn't play a new game with a guide ever. Completely takes you out of the flow of it.
I can just imagine there's like a small 0.01% of people that would clear a room and then they'd get a text and they'd go,
yeah, wouldn't pause it, they'd just leave it running.
They'd leave it there whilst they go, I don't need to pause it. And then randomly they'd get something pop and they'd be like, what?
Why's there a conversation?
That would be the only reason I was saying like that, or your wife calls you, or your son needs something. Like, it'd be something random like that, or the postman knocks. It'd have to be like a certain point where you then, and not you, as you say, like most people would go, pause that. Like you wouldn't naturally leave a game unpaused.
No.
Weird one.
But there we are. The Last of Us and Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots both earn a silver. PS3 versions. And they might both get a replay on modern hardware if the Master Collection of Metal Gear Solid Part 2 is to be believed. So it could all be coming back in the future, but we'll see. But that's that. PS3, I don't think I'll ever switch it on again. It's not mine anyway. I've got to give it back.
I was going to ask if there's anything whilst you got it that you're like, might give that a go.
No, there's things like Killzone. What's the other fucking series that Infamous? There's another one. What's it called? Not Killzone. We've done that one. Resistance series, which I haven't played. So those types of games I would like to play, but not so much that I'm going to hang around the PS3 any longer. I think you have to draw a line somewhere, and then just hope that Sony pull their thumb out their arse and do a collection, like especially of Resistance. It's like, come on, you own Insomniac now. Let's get them out. Let's up-res them. Let's get them shipped out. But yeah, I don't think so. I think at some point you have to draw a line under it. There's a reason why I selected those 5, 6, 7 games at the end of it. I was like, those are the ones I wanted to play. And Resistance, if they released a remake or a re-release of those games, I would probably play them all. So, but I'm not going to hang around on this old crapper. Also, I don't want to be the one that breaks it, and then Adkins is like, how much do you get charged for that? Because it's sentimental now as well. It's not just what it's worth. So I need to get that back to him in working state. And I don't think he's got much time left by the sounds of it. It's been sitting up in that loft for fucking decade and a half probably, but most of that's his fault. It's nothing to do with me, but yeah, don't think I'll go back is the short answer. And that'll be that. Right, as usual, we'll bid everyone adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil, Resident Evil 0. 3 of the bastards we've got here to get through.
An absolute hat trick of
mediocrity.
Old tut, I reckon. But we're on the cusp of Resident Evil Requiem, which will be the
Requiem.
9th mainline entry into
Christ.
this infamous series.
Well, you got fucking Code Veronica being called mainline. Well, who said that?
Well, now they've got rid of the numbers, because even Village was called just Village.
Oh,
It
yeah.
had the 8 symbol, didn't it? Like the Roman
Clever.
numeral, I think, was in there. They've done something with Requiem as well, I think. It's another thing.
Yeah.
But-
What did they do with the R? Did they turn the up? No. The G is. Hold on. No. The Q? One of them. One of the letters they turned into a 9 somehow.
Right.
I'm trying to think. But, what was that I had saying? Give me a head then.
Good stuff.
That was it. I forgot about 7. Do you remember 7? They tried to like piece off that it weren't nothing. It was just a new game called The Kitchen. I completely forgot
like a
about
VR
that.
only.
That's it.
Yeah.
They tried to do like a Metal Gear when they did that fucking demo with the bloody whale, and everyone
Moby
went,
Dick
"Well, this is
games.
clearly Metal." Yeah, clearly Metal Gear. I forgot they did that.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? And they revealed it, but
And
that
they
was the
went,
last numbered one. And that was
Yeah.
called Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. It had a little.
What was it called in Japan? Because it's called Biohazard in Japan, was it?
It was called
was
Biohazard
it-
Resident Evil.
Oh, was it? Oh, really?
Wow.
Backwards.
So that should have been done if it wasn't. That's what I remember hearing.
that
I
was-
made it up.
Listening to a podcast the other day, and they were like, "Why is it called Resident Evil?" And then they said, "Well, the first game was set in a house, which
Yeah.
was a residence, and it was evil." You sort of think, other than that, why
It's
did
not
they
uncommon,
call it?
though, because
Nah.
The Evil Within was called Psycho Break in Japan.
Oh, really? Oh.
It's not unusual. They do fuck
They all
about
seem to
sometimes.
change. I'm surprised they haven't ever changed this. I suppose it's because it's so big now that they haven't changed it to Biohazard. Because Yakuza, there's now like a dragon, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
What would you prefer? Keep it as is or Biohazard?
Keep it. I think Biohazard's shit name. Always have. Always that. I mean, it makes sense because of the virus, and it is a biohazard, but it's very on the nose. Whereas Resident Evil just a bit more menacing. I think personally.
Personally. But yes,
Resident
3
Evil
games
4.
completed.
So this was 2023 remake. Let's wind back, because if people go back in the archives, there is a review on there from you about the original Resident
The original
Evil 4.
Daddy. And wasn't that long ago?
No. Yeah, but I
think it was
3 years ago.
Yeah.
Because it was the same. Because what you did, and you said, look, you went, I'll play the original, and then I'll play the remake straight after. And you played the old one, you never played the remake.
I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm burnt out of Resident Evil, so when I get 9, I'm going to play it for 2 minutes and then just leave it for 3 years.
You played the original 2005 version on Steam. You bought Resident Evil 4 remake on PlayStation, PS5, and then did you even turn it on at all?
Yeah, I think I did. I think I did that opening fucking church bit, and that was it. Basically, I was like, right,
I'm done with this.
So this was a full reset, but I don't know what happened. When was it released? Was it like an early in the year? Do you remember?
I'll look it up.
I feel like it was, because you'd think that they'd go for sort of October, Halloween, as it's like a Halloween scary game, but
2023.
March. Oh, so it's not far off where Requiem's going to be sitting.
I think Village was early in the year as well, like February, March, if I remember.
Oh, was it? They love it, the old Capcom.
Yeah. But yeah, it does seem like more of a Halloween game, but maybe they're just like, we know it's normally pretty quiet in the first quarter of the year. There's maybe one or two things coming out, whereas back end of the year, you got all manner of garbage.
All sorts.
So you go back to Resident Evil 4, 2023 remake, and was you like, this still feels too familiar because I've played the original not long ago? Or was it quite fresh after a 2.5 year layoff?
Well, one thing I forgot is in the original, you can't walk and shoot. You have to stop and shoot.
No, yeah.
So that was a big thing. And obviously they got rid of all the quick time events.
which I've never really had that much gripes. I can see why people, think of them as a cop out, but I do quite like. I think they get a bad time, the old quick time events.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, it did feel very different, I'd say.
Okay.
What I would say though is I would reiterate what you said in your review, and it is rather taxing
Yeah.
just to play it. Just to play it, I was like, oh.
Well, you frightened me a little bit because you then said Requiem could be clocking in similar or longer lengths than
Double.
4. I was like, oh, no, I can sit through all that again.
And it looks
Terror.
fucking scary as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, so that is not fun. Now, there was large portions of this. I was like, I think because it is so much more. The thing with the original one is still has that sort of early graphics cartoony feel, and I think the quick time events add to that because you have like sections where you're being chased by a fucking boulder like Indiana Jones, and there's all sorts of funny weird shit in there, and that sort of brings it back down. Whereas this is so realistic.
Yeah.
I mean, even just like the opening scene where you're like walking through that fucking house and everything's a lot more darker and more realistic and that, and yeah, it really does.
It starts in the early morning, so it's dark, isn't it, or late night?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're in that police car, aren't you?
Yeah. He gets out of a piss, and that's the end of him. If I remember. Officer.
So yeah, so it is. I did find myself, and obviously.
Officers.
No, they always get.
These
Poor old,
nuclear
was it in
subs.
number 2? Marvin, was it the one that was like locked in that foyer?
Yeah. You go back later and it's a tragedy, but
God, I remember that him turning in the second game, sorry, wasn't it? When I was a kid or 10 years old or whatever I'd have been, and he's like he goes like blue, I think I remember, and then he starts to turn into a zombie, and I remember that fucking horrifying me, as well as that first game where he turns around after eating him.
The very first one.
I was around Jack Hooper's house when I played that.
Christ. What was his brother's name?
Nick.
Was he in your
Nick
year?
and there's a year above. Was Jack your year?
No, Jack was my year.
Yeah, Jack was your year. I used to knock about with him rather than his older brother.
Oh, caught in young children.
He caught in young children. Went to Londy's and rented Resident Evil on PS1 and then got to that bit in the game, which is like 2 minutes in, and then shut it off because I was too scared and went home. Had a nightmare that night.
That's the way to do it.
Wasn't allowed to play it anymore. But yes, yeah. So even down to terms of movement, it feels different. Even though it has, I only realised halfway through the game you can fucking suplex people in it.
Yeah.
So it
I did by
definitely
accident,
has.
like 3/4 of the way through the game. I was like, oh, yes.
He's done it. Oh, the German. So yeah, so it does still have the not arcade, but the action feel.
Yeah.
But it definitely, compared to the original, the survival horror elements are a lot stronger, and the tone of it's a lot darker. And just being more realistic of that fucking monster lurking around, that Mendez.
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yes.
I mean, like, he's just, and you got fucking chainsaw fuckers coming at you left, right, and centre.
Yep.
It was taxing. You were bang on the money there. And yeah, that clocks in at the longest Resident Evil game. And no wonder these things are only like 10 hours max. And now we got sort of, 16 to 20 hours being quoted at you, like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. You have to be, I don't know, I think Resident Evil 4 does a good job of keeping it engaging. You can fall into the trap at being one note, or it kind of loses its edge, but you can see how Requiem does that. Am I right in saying that in the remake of 4, because I never played the original more than, I think I got to the castle basically, and then I never on 360, and then I never went back when I wasn't finishing games.
No.
So I don't really have a good analog for this or a good perspective. But did they like expand any areas or add side quests and? I remember reading about it, but I had no context of what they were talking about. So I'd obviously just played this remake and was like, "Oh, that's it." But did they expand some certain areas of it?
Yeah, there are some things. There's the completely new sections of the game that weren't in the original, and they cut a few things out. Which, funny enough, I heard are in the DLC. They've just shifted it out.
Right. Yeah.
There was a section with like cable cars that was in the game, the original one, and apparently they've stuck that in the Separate Ways DLC.
Interesting.
And also the laser scene. Do you remember that from like the Resident Evil film?
Yeah.
That was another thing. So there's that. But then so in the I believe in the remake, there's like the sheriff. I think he might have been one of the guys that you're in the car with. Yeah, but he's off his shack or whatever, so you can go in there and there's like little notes you can find, and it sort of builds out about a lot of the characters. The scene that it opens with as well, with that Salazar sacrificing some girl, they're like two hikers or something, and there's a bit of lore in there that you can find, and there's a bit more story there in the remake that wasn't in there. In terms of side quests, I think obviously the what do they call them? They're called like the quests that you can do for that. The merchant. You remember you had to like collect a couple of snakes and shoot them blue medallions. They did have those medallions. What else? There was something they had in the original, and it was something like, I don't know. I'm making this up off the top of my head, but it was like something like shoot squirrels, something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. Squirrels or something like that you shot. And that was pretty much it. Whereas then, with this, you had all different sort of things. What was it like? Yeah, you had the medallions you had to shoot. Then there was snakes you could collect. There was a golden egg, I think, in one of them. Do you remember doing that?
Yeah.
And then there was also, you had a shooting range, which I'm pretty certain that wasn't in the original either.
Was the lake as expanded as it was?
You couldn't drive around like what you could. What could you? You certainly didn't have sections that you go to.
Yeah.
It's fucking terrible, my brain. I'll have to go back and look at that. I remember you obviously have the boss fight that is there is exactly the same, but I'm almost certain and thinking you just do that and then come back in. You can't drive around, like it's not like an open world section.
Yeah.
Like that little section is. So that's new. But yeah, I like that they kept the same, because they sort of split it into three sections, didn't they? You've got like the village, the castle, and then the island. Yeah. I like that they kept that structure. But yeah, I think for the most part there's pretty on trend. One thing I'm almost certain as well. Actually, maybe I won't say that because it could potentially be a spoiler. But they definitely add a few things that weren't in the original. Added bosses as well. Let's just say.
Yeah.
They also took one out, which randomly was quite, one of those ones where you didn't really realise why that was in there in the first place. But they sort of streamlined it almost.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a lot, I'd say, of like expanded, but there was little subtle things like I say, you could find lore on some minor characters and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing they did tone down, which I saw, was like in the original, Leon is an absolute sleaze. He starts trying to crack onto that bird that is always the one that keeps ringing you. And he also tries to crack onto Ashley. Is it? Yeah, Ashley. The one, the president's daughter. He's trying to get his way with her.
Leon.
Leon. So they've had to tone him down, the poor old boy. Just trying to get his end away. He's fucking first down a job, and now city turns to shit. That blows up, and now he's chucked into a fucking village. Boy just wants to get his willy wet.
He loves it.
Bless him.
Well, one of you's going to be playing that game in Requiem with Grace or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Be trying that. Interesting. How was it like going to fire up the PS5 Pro? Because I know that hasn't got
Oh,
much of a look in.
should have seen the bats
Sitting
sitting
down with that
there.
controller and putting that
Yeah.
whirler on.
Be fair, yeah. It ran, but it's a fucking look at that PS5 Pro. I think it does have PS5 updates because you can have ray tracing. And then I realised there was like some fucking hair physics. So I was like, cool, he's got his little floppy fringe in the background you can do. But yeah, it runs flawlessly. I mean, that's the thing with these games. They're a bit difficult when it's fucking 30 FPS. I know they say that's cinematic, but with how liquid these new games are, yeah, it ran flawlessly. But yeah, that's the first time that poor old PS5 has been booted up for a long time.
Yeah.
Sort of an exclusive machine at the minute. Just like that Xbox. I mean, that Xbox has been sealed away and put in the loft now. Already. Didn't even get to the end of its fucking life cycle.
Mine is unplugged and just in the corner down there.
Is it?
Just sitting
Yeah,
there.
well, the thing is, once you've got that PC, the Xbox is redundant, isn't it? But although I have got a 360 here that I'll have to play them old games on. They can play that. But yeah, no, I was mentioning this off air that I like to own all the Resident Evil games, as I do own all of them currently.
Physical ownership, or can it be
physical ownership? Yeah, and I have now started to collect them digitally as well on PC. Yeah, I've only got 3 more left to buy on PC. And that's it. That's the lot. But yes, it was nice to see the PS5. I got no crashes or anything, just smooth performance. And trophies to boot. That's one thing you forget about.
Was you tempted to go back through any of it and get any of the trophies?
No, some of them are ridiculous. It's like getting S rank on like the hardest difficulty. You're saying like, right, if I'm struggling to get through on it on standard, there's a couple of fucking encounters, and when you get to that castle and you've got all those cunts going at you, I was like, oh. And I think that the weapon, the ammo, that's I remember one thing about the original. Was there was so much ammo, and I think that's why people lent into saying it was an action game, because the sort of survival horror aspects were non-existent. Basically, it's just an action game. Whereas this, I was like, cool, I've literally only got a few more billets now, and if you don't get a few decent headshots, get them on their knees, and then they start fucking spawning shit out of their head.
All that garbage out their head.
Yeah, and you're like, oh. Fuck's sake. And then you get them cunts that just fucking eat your head after 1 second. Like, right, what we playing at here?
What's going on in his head?
Yeah. But yeah, so definitely felt like the survival horror elements were a lot stronger in this version.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear.
Mm.
Well, was it any harder or any easier, or about the same?
I'd say it's harder than the first one, the original.
You can move and shoot, so you can...
Even though you can move and shoot, yeah, just because of those survival horror elements, and just it just seemed. I'm sure there's more enemies in this game. I don't know if it was like a limitation thing with that. What was it on GameCube and PS2? Wasn't it the original? Was it a GameCube exclusive at first?
Yeah, there's like the Capcom 3 they agreed that were going to be exclusive.
That's right.
And they never were. I think it was Remake,
Remake 0 and 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right. And then before that, they did fucking Code Veronica on the Dreamcast. They went, oh, no one's bought a Dreamcast. Right, what are we going to do here then? We're going to call it Code Veronica X and put it on everything.
Chuck that there, version.
But yeah, I think I did. I texted Adcock for some reason and said to him like,
alone.
Poor lad, he wanted to know about something. We were going to go see that Resident Evil shitter. We never went in the end.
Oh, Silent Hill, yeah.
Silent Hill, sorry, that was it. We never did in the end. But so to him like, cool, I'm struggling to get through this game, and he said that he struggled a little bit. Yeah, found it tougher than the first one. I would say it's like it's one of those things that it starts off slow, harder, and then the more you get used to it and the way you can, because like that coming back to it and not playing, I was like, oh, what is this? Yeah. And that the hardest part of the game is probably that first section where you're just stuck in a village with fucking What have you got? You got to kill like
Survive.
50. Yeah, just trying to survive. And it's just that then there's about 3 of those encounters, isn't there? There's that bit where you're in the fucking hut and they're just surrounding you, like, oh, you start running out of ammo. It's just, yeah, it's quite relentless. But no, I'd say I found this harder
Yeah.
than the original.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, any other business on Resident Evil 4? You finally got round to it. It's no longer a blemish in your career. It's been done
That's
a
it.
remake.
You'll be glad to say as well, so far this year, every game I've played, I have played to completion and not gone to anything else.
Good.
We're on a roll now. Number 4, we're on game 5 at the minute.
That's what
Later
I like
to be just, it's a new leaf, you see. But no, I mean, music's we can't really talk about the music. It's not something that Resident Evil's known for, to be honest.
No, yeah.
Um,
Well, they have the autosave and the typewriters, don't they? Does the
That's
original
it,
just have the
yeah.
typewriters and that's it?
just have the typewriters, yeah. But to be honest, there's them bloody. You don't even need those ink ribbons, do you? In them ones, so they just location straight away. So
I like the balance of that though, because it was like sometimes it would autosave just before going in a boss room or something.
yeah, that's
Whereas
true.
Previously, if there wasn't a typewriter knocking around, you'd have to just do another
you're
like,
fucking
5 minute
like,
run, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, just because
That's it, yeah.
location. So having that little balance before some key events is always handy, I think.
Handy. What I will say is that old Ashley, she's a fucking nightmare to look after. She keeps getting grabbed up by those bloody dirty zombies. And they're fucking well
I
quick,
think
some
she
of them.
likes
They're
it,
like, chucked it on her, up skirted her, ripped her skirt up.
Yeah,
Showing
they
her
start
front
snatching
bottom
and
and
walking
that.
off of her, didn't they? That's like
Yeah,
a fail
and if
state.
they
I didn't
get
realise
into a-
that.
Yeah, if they get into a room, they're
That's
fucking.
it.
I was
They're
like,
doing God knows
bloody
what to
hell.
her.
Yeah, dread to think what that Salazar's doing. Dirty get. But yeah, so yeah, that fail state is quite quick as well. Like,
Yeah,
I
you have
think
to be on
we
point.
first pick her up at the church. I think in the gates there, they sort of chuck her on there, and if they get into the door, that's it. You're fucked.
Cabin, isn't it?
It
So
says
they try and get her in.
yeah, like bloody hell, leave her alone, will you? It's the president's daughter. I don't know why they're sending one bloke to go and get the president's daughter.
I know, it's quite understaffed. And how did that even happen in the first place? Like, what sort of clown
Exactly.
show with the Secret Service running where that happened under their noses? There's a lot of questions about the administration in Resident Evil 4 and perhaps in real life now. Politics.
Politics.
Well, Resident
yeah.
Evil 4 2023, the remake. What are we looking at in terms of getting it in the gallery or not? Does it get to go in, or do you say we've got the original, so chuck it in the self-storage or the trunk room?
To be honest, it's probably one of the greatest remakes ever made, I'd say.
Did you play the Dead Space remake?
No, I haven't actually, no. Is that very good?
Both me and Adcock played it.
Right.
Weren't overly keen.
Weren't all that? Oh, really? Okay.
Sitting there on bronze.
Oh, crikey, yeah.
I don't know what that was about. I think the remake's it's a good remake, but I think must have soured on the original game slightly, like just the concept of it, or we both got through it and was like, it wasn't as good as we remembered. Whereas 4, I mean, I had no memory other than up to the castle, but I was like, this is beautiful to play in 2023.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like this game. Like, I think like the story is decent for a Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
I think the characters and the subject. I like that section, how they section the game into 3 areas. I really do. I think it flows well. And I think they really did, like I said earlier, they streamlined it. I think they did sort of cut some of the not needed stuff out.
Yeah.
And where they sort of, they don't go over the top as much, and they cut the silly bollocks out from the original, being chased by a fucking boulder, and I mean, there were some other little weird bits in there that was like ridiculous. And just with how good the game looks, like Capcom really are onto a winner here. Like it, and a lot of people slag off 3. remake, but I think that's because they sort of chucked it out quite simple, like a year after, two.
Yeah.
And it was only like, what, 6 hours max?
Yeah.
And they like
short.
cut a lot, very short. So, but even those 6 hours, I quite enjoyed my time playing with that. And I think, yeah, they really are onto a winner. I think they could literally, they're very strong rumours that they're just going to carry on making these remakes.
Yeah.
And yeah, with 4, I think it is up there as one of the greatest. I mean, pip it next to Metro Prime Remastered. People say that's one of the best remakes. Yeah. He shakes his head.
They need to knock it off for that. After 4 now, they killed Prime. Well, they haven't killed Prime, but that's gone from a game of the generation style game to just like an average 80 odd. People are like, oh yeah, it's still really good. I'm like, that used to be one of like the gems, the absolute crown jewels.
Yeah, and 4. I mean, 4. People talk about that about the original 4. Yeah, and I mean, I really did like it. I liked it and enjoyed it. But like I said, even down to that, you can't walk and shoot, and there's little things like that. Like this game just sort of improves upon it. So it's like it's just I don't know. I just really love this game. I think it's a decent length. It's quite a meaty game for one of these. Meaty so yeah,
and lengthy. So.
Meaty and lengthy, so right up my alley. Ooh, so yeah, it 100% gets into that gallery. And goes. I will agree with you and Adcock, and I will be giving it a gold.
A gold for Resident Evil 4 2023 remake. We have now, you rated the original as a gold also.
Oh,
so we're gonna have to say, look, you've got to cut one of them from society. Yeah.
I'd have to cut the original. I think. I think they've improved upon it.
Yeah.
I think the fact you can't shoot, even that little shooting gallery, that was fun to do. And then you got little fucking charms for your briefcase.
Yeah.
That briefcase is, after playing these next 2 games we'll be discussing, I'll tell you, that fucking briefcase in this game is a breath of fresh air. I'll tell you. Yeah. And then I'll tell you one thing I did fuck up though. And it was annoying me because I kept looking at your trophies that you had all the treasures. And I started playing it, and then got halfway through that village, and I went, oh fuck, I found the map I bought the map for the treasures.
Right, yeah.
When realised I had to backtrack, they blocked my fucking entrance. So I couldn't go back to one section. I was like, I'm not restart. I can't be fucked now.
I was going to say, I wonder how I got all the treasures, and I forgot there was a map that would...
Yeah, you could get maps for it, but there is a lot of there is a bit of backtracking in this game, but like I say, I got there's like a point of no return where you just you can still go back there, but they just fucking block your entrance. There's like a tree in the way now, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
So you can't be restarting over that.
Nah, not when I've got games to play.
Exactly.
Backlogs to be cleared.
Get that backlog cleared.
But no backlog. No backlog was clear because I added 2 new games onto the backlog out of nowhere.
Go from the golds of Resident Evil 4 back in time to 2002. Which
they say about this the best remake in the world. Well, we've got a new contender for best remake in the world. Said no one.
Well, they still say it now. I'm like, look, come on. Just think about what you're saying when you say that. But let's hear the real McCoy. Now, we don't have a reference on this, do we, of the original, unless you dabbled in it for that time when you were at Jack Hooper's house.
That is the furthest I ever got in that game. Actually, no, tell a lie. No, I did later on in life. There was a geezer that used to live down Twyford Avenue, and I'm going to chuck him under the bus now. He used to chip PS1s. Did you ever get involved in this guy? Do you remember Twyford Avenue? He had like a summer house.
I had the old, what's it called? The spring in the
oh, it might have been that.
CD. There was no chipping, but you'd put a disc in, it would select a region, you'd then open it, but a spring would keep the sensor down.
Oh, really?
You'd swap the disc out and it would work. And that was a ticket. And you can guess which one it was. Alex.
It's the other. Is there two others or one other?
I think there's two.
It's the female one.
Yes. Well, maybe.
It could be. No, this was a chap that used to live down Twyford. He used to chip PS1s and then burn the games and sell them. He sold me Resident Evil 1 and 2 and Silent Hill. Silent Hill I played, got too scared, got to that school and shit myself and never played that again. And then Resident Evil 1 I played, and I got to the bit, do you remember where you could take the shotgun off the wall and then the fucking ceiling comes down and crushes you?
Yeah.
And that is as far as I ever got in Resident Evil.
So that was that.
So,
and that was the original as well. That was
the original 1996, yes.
Wow. And then we get to
30 years old.
2002, and they dropped this GameCube.
Although this is now a 2015 HD remaster.
Right, okay.
Of the said 2002
Interesting.
remake.
Yes, because it's on every platform now, isn't it? It's on PlayStation, Xbox, obviously Steam. This was played on Steam, so we're back on our trusty PC.
Back on, yeah. Unfortunately, no portable experience. I've heard these do run well. They are Steam Deck enabled, but I did not test these, unfortunately. But no, I sort of, after playing 4, I was like, brilliant, that game's so good. And then I thought, I love that fucking Resident Evil franchise. I really should tick them all off and then realise the ones that I haven't played, and the first being the original. So I was like, right, well, let's play this. Fuck, I've got this remake sitting here I bought it for like £3 or whatever. Yeah. And then realised that you could buy the actual originals on fucking GOG. Good old games. And I was like, so I might have to go back and play them. Because you said that's the older. That's the 1996 edition. The there's a director's cut that came up later.
They used to have, like, on the jewel case, the a guy holding a machine gun.
That's right. Yeah.
I used to always see that, and I said, "What is going on here?" It had zombies in it, like an army game, but I knew it wasn't.
That's a character. I forget his name. I think his name's Frank. He's in the game, and he's like a nothing character, and they stuck him on the front cover, and it's like the most like known image ever. And now it's like, right, well, it's not even Leon. What's going on here? But this is the remaster of the remake. People again claiming that it's the greatest remake ever. One thing I will say off the bat is, fuck me, how good this game looks.
Yeah.
What with using the same method that they did with the original, is having still images as the background. They call it pre-rendered. Is it a pre-rendered background? Yeah. And then just having the character in motion. And just with the lighting that they've added into it, it still holds up now. Like, even with this HD remaster, it is flawless. I do wonder if they won't ever remake it, or certainly not in the next few years. I think they'll still feel that this holds up.
Dirty bastards.
Yeah. But we do have the dreaded tank control. Did you say you can turn tank controls off?
I was going to ask you. Yeah, you can, because when I remember I booted this up for, again, like a couple of hours, maybe a bit longer than that. Maybe I think I might have just got to that shotgun bit, in fact, that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And then I lost half hour of progress, and I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Stick that up your arse, Capcom. And I fiddled with the... You can essentially turn the tank controls off, so you just point and the character will go that way. Now, it's not made to work like that, because the way the character moves is really weird. And I think actually it makes it really easy to just avoid the zombies, because you can just really quickly like change direction. They're not that hard to get around on the tank controls, but at least you've still got to, plan it and do the input and whatnot. Whereas this was just pointing and it would just do it. But it was a.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't even look in the fucking options, so that's ridiculous, isn't it? I stuck with tank controls, and fuck me. I mean, let's start with the positives first. Let's get the positives.
There's positives
down.
of tank controls.
No, not of tank. Of the game, I mean.
Okay.
So you've got the graphics.
Atmosphere is still holding up then, I imagine.
Atmosphere is still holding up. certainly the survival horror elements of this game is the quintessential survival horror. You are limited resources.
That
You
first
cannot.
zombie that turns round, you haven't even got a weapon at that point, have you?
No,
you have to just
no,
run
you got
off.
nothing. No, you
Well,
just have to
are.
run off and just go fuck. And also, you kill the fucker in this game, and they're not
Yeah.
dead. They fucking come back as Crimson Heads, and you're like, right, what we
Now.
doing here?
Let's pause on these Crimson Heads quickly.
Right, yeah.
Are they canon? Because they ain't appearing in 2.
No, ain't what are they
remake.
appearing in? I've got a feeling. Oh, that might be a spoiler, but I think they could be returning in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Potentially, but no, I don't think there is. There's nothing. Although that I saw something claiming that them fucking dickheads in 4, where they sprout the shit out their head, that they're Crimson Heads. Where
'Cause in 3 remake, they started to do the sprouting thing. I don't know if you remember. There's like that in the original game. That's not a thing, but some of them have the sprouting.
Oh yeah.
Bit. So they were trying to sort of tie, I guess, that timeline in together like that. But I've always wondered about the Crimson Heads because they did this after they'd made 2 and 3 and added it as a completely new feature. And it's essentially you kill the zombies and then they can return quicker.
That's it,
more
yeah.
devastating, or you can chuck a match on them and burn them. But
That's it. Set the fucking bastards
you don't
alight.
have enough to burn them all.
No, and this is, like I say, survival horror to its T. Ammo is absolutely scarce. Your fucking inventory management in this. I mean, we'll get on to the next game after this, but at least this you've got. You actually have. I didn't realise you have a bigger inventory with Jill. If you play as Jill, I didn't. I played it. I chose Chris because I'm a geezer. Yeah. Probably feel like Jill's probably more canon as well because it seems, I don't know, it just seems like
Chris
it's...
is like hard mode essentially, or hard mode.
Well, the one thing that they did say, is that I think it's you get 6 spaces with Chris, and I think it's something like 8 with Jill, something like that. And obviously then your assistant, I think with Jill you have Barry, and then with Chris, that Rebecca pops up now and again.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I say, the ammo is scarce. So fucking, you hardly get anything there. You've got these fucking ink ribbons to sort out. Although that wasn't as much of a burden as it is, because pretty much when you find a save room or a typewriter, there's guaranteed to be one there, unless you're playing on the fucking hard difficulty. I think there's one called Inferno mode. But the irony is, this game is it's fucking a 6-hour game.
Yeah.
And it took me 13 hours to beat this, because I'll tell you what, I was just fucking... the amount of times I done laps of that fucking mansion.
Yeah.
Just wondering... I tried to play this game as much as I could without using a guide, because I was like, it just feels like cheating, and the game should be well enough to instruct me what I should be doing.
No.
And how to get it, and
based on 96 logic, so they will refuse to tell you anything. They want you to sit there for 2 weekends going, I can't get through it.
The one thing they do have, which is again another positive, is, and I didn't realise, I reckon Resident Evil 2 remake must have took this from me, is they do have the blue-red map room.
Oh, nice.
So when you clear a room, I think it's green and something. But yes, so when you've completed, but that's down to, even if you have like, it's annoying because if they go into a room and there's like an ink ribbon in there, but I've already got one, and I think, I don't want to fucking, that's going to take another inventory spot. So that will then stay as an unfinished room. And I was like, fuck's sake. So I kept like collecting everything in the room and then taking it to the fucking, because you've got that
box, haven't you? That trunk.
Box, and you can put all the shit in there. So I was just doing that for most of the game.
Trunk where you can go to another trunk.
Yeah, so
Okay,
you can go to the fucking, once you get out the bloody mansion, go to the next area, it fucking appears in the next place. You think, how's he done that?
We're using
but yes,
to save.
That's it. But yeah, so this is proper survival and puzzles. I mean, there's a couple of puzzles that were in Resident Evil 4. There wasn't any that really fucking struggle with. This I mean, it's obviously people do it, but I'd love to watch someone like Biff play this with no guide whatsoever and just be left to his devices without being any instruction. And it just got to the point where I had to use a guide to progress to the next bit because I just did not know what to do. I was like, fucking hell. There are subtle little hints that it tells you. And like there was this one of the first puzzles, I think it is, where you have to they do a lot of like swapping things. So you have go on.
I was going to say, when I played it, I got stuck because I didn't know like to interact with an object once it's in my inventory to like undo the back of it. And I was like, for fuck's sake.
There was there was a room, I can't remember what it was, but you had to move these things in different sequences. I'd done it. And I assumed that I'd done it wrong because nothing happened.
Yeah.
It turned out I had to go into the middle of a table and press a button.
Yeah. Yep.
And because, like I say, it's a still image, like the environment is a still image. Fixed camera and nothing. There is nothing pointing or shining or anything for me to do it. I'm supposed to know there's a button in the middle of a table. So I was like, I don't know what to do. And then I read the fucking guide. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
It's annoying when it's that simple because you're like,
exactly. Like, right, what are we doing here? And yeah, the amount of stuff that it does tell you at the beginning of the game, you know, inspect items and stuff. But you just sort of, you get that sort of information. You think, all right, yeah. I'll read the description or whatever. You don't feel like every fucking thing you find, you have to spin it round, learn how to do it. Oh, mate. But yeah, the fucking backtracking in this, the amount of times I had to go from one room to another. You get to the point where you know that mansion by the back of your hand. You know exactly what room goes to where.
Yeah.
And it's, oh my God, I'm sick. I don't ever want to play that game ever again just because of the fucking... That mansion sickens me. I'll have dreams about wandering around there soon. But you said about the Resident Evil 4, what do they add? Do they expand on anything? There isn't any side missions on here, but they do a lot of expanding. I haven't ever, like I say, I've never finished the original, but I do know there's like a whole new area and section, a whole new character that wasn't in the original game.
Yeah. There's a shitload of new notes and stuff, and
that's it. Have you ever heard this Lisa Trevor?
Yeah,
do you know who that? Yeah, like it's one of the fucking weirdest, gruesomest things in the world when you play it. But so that's a whole whole section. I think it's just like a chuck away note in the original, and they've just expanded upon that. But yeah, so, and I mean. Well, like I say, with this game, it literally is like a 6 hour, or should be, if there was the correct way to play it. If I played it again now and I knew what to do, it would be a 6 hour experience. And I think that's a perfect length for that sort of survival horror. With those sort of controls and stuff, you don't want to be sitting in there for fucking 15, 20 hours.
Let's talk about his controls then. How did you, once you all said and done, was you fully trained up on tank controls and I'm now a believer in this?
It's ridiculous why this is. I mean, I know it's 2002, but even then we still had. What was made? You still had that was like God of War and stuff would have been out by then, would it?
Yeah. What was God of War? Was it 2005?
What was the original? Was it later?
Let's have a look.
I think
2005 it began.
So we were getting into
it's PS2, so it's not like it's
PS2. We're getting into fucking. I mean, we had Crash Bandicoot on the PS1. He moved all right. He didn't need a fucking. I mean, by the end of it, I got used to it. That is not a positive thing, though. They are fucking dreadful and need. People love them because it's nostalgia that adds to them. That's what the game makes the game what it is. Makes it shit. I'll tell you that. It ruins it. It is abysmal. When you, after playing that, especially going from that Resident Evil 4 remake, going back
the wrong way to do it.
It's the wrong way, 100%. To go into that, there's this puzzle where I had to move a statue from one side. The amount of times it took me, just because what I'd do is I'd run out of this room and then the tank control turn, the camera would then turn, So then, if I'm pressing the same direction, I start going backwards.
Yeah.
So I had to learn how to fucking. Oh my god! And on that just broke me. I was like, do you know what? I'm surprised I saw it through, to be honest, to that section.
It's good to have a bit of stubbornness though now and again, because once you've beaten it, you can just give it.
That's it. Yeah.
Fuck you, like that. I've done you.
That's it, exactly. And it's not a particularly hard game in terms of its difficulty. I think it's just in its structure. It's just in its it's a solvable. Like if it was just a bit more user friendly, I think. All right, people say, "Oh, all these games hold your hand." Well, yeah, that's for a good thing, because fucking otherwise you're left with your thumb up your ass because you don't know what you're doing and you're fucking backtracking all day long, like I was. But when you start getting into the rhythm of the game and then it starts progressing and then you start to move through, that's when I was like, I can see, why people really do take a shine to this game, because it is the original. It's like the classics, Resident Evil story, and it does still hold that nostalgia factor, and it's the one that started them all off. But it's just held back by, just quality of life improvements, basically, that it desperately needs. It's tank controls, its lack of waypoints. But people are going to go. The people that are going to defend this to the fucking grave are just going to say that this is part of its charm.
Yeah, and they won't go back and replay it though. Adcock.
Exactly.
You won't go and actually put your thumb up your own arse and try again, because if you're struggling with Resident Evil 4, Adcock, you go back and play this one. This one will chap your
And this
arse.
is it.
Did you lose much progress ever because of not saving the ink ribbons? Did you?
Luckily, because I think there is quite a lot of save rooms. I think in the mansion there's 4 areas, and the rooms aren't too far away. So, like I say, where I'm backtracking, I was pretty much. I've got to think how, and I think that does affect your score at the end. I finished on an A, amazingly. I don't know how I did that, but I think to get an S rank, you have to save a minimum of 15 times. Well, I must have been in like the 50s or something.
Oh, okay.
But because every time I'd go and come back, I had that fear of playing Metroid fucking Prime remastered. So I'd do one fucking puzzle and come back and save it, and then go and do the next puzzle I had to do. So I was purposely playing like that. So I never did really. I think the biggest thing was like right at the start, where I'd sort of done the opening section and hadn't saved, then got to one of the earlier puzzles, didn't have a fucking clue what I was doing, and then it instantly killed me because it was like a fucking knight with a bloody sword chasing me or whatever. I was like, for fuck's sake. A couple of times died from like those fucking crimson heads just because I didn't have enough ammo, and just you're on the fucking stairs and you've got these cunts running at you. But yeah, like I say, because I was ridiculous with the saving system, it wasn't ever too much loss. It would have been nasty. And even in like when you leave the mansion and it gets up further in the game, I'd still say there is plentiful save rooms. It's not really something. I wonder if they're on the hard mode. I wonder if like they should take a few away.
I think all your items and your ammo and things like that is significantly dropped. So that'll sting people.
Yeah.
Any other business for Resident Evil remake 2002/HD remaster? What?
No, just like I say, glad I played it. It's I'd love to. I do own the original on PS1, and where I've got my little fucking retro unit here that we've sat on. I would like to go back and play the original, just because I do like to see the differences that what was cut out, how was it made. But I mean, that game was 13 hours of hell, basically, just because of playing it. And you think that's an improvement on the original. So
exactly. They smoothed a few edges out of that.
It's going to be fucking difficult to go back to that. That's what I did see.
10
like I said,
frames a second to deal with as well, probably.
Oh, exactly. 240p as well. That's one thing. Like, this is a HD remaster, so you're playing at fucking 60 FPS 4K. It really did look gorgeous. Like it's amazing how well that has held up. And like I said, I do think that Capcom will probably still hold it in high regard like everyone else, so they'll feel that it doesn't need a remake. But I'd counter that and say it fucking does after playing Remake 4. I would love to play that game with the mechanics of 4, you know, with the way telling me where to go. It doesn't need fucking hold my hand the whole way. Just tell me where to go. Give me this map thing like it does, you know. Give me the walk and shoot, the real controls.
Yeah, they could make that Spencer mention really. I don't know. Yeah, I tend to agree they won't do it, but you never know.
No.
It's been 20 odd years.
Exactly.
There's something there to be done if they want to.
No.
But there's a level of ignorance going on at Capcom. They'll learn one day that needs doing.
But yeah, so I am tempted to go through it again just to see how quick I could do it, because there is a trophy for completing it with both, but there's no true ending, so it's a pipeline dream.
Yeah. Put that
At least
in the backlog.
with 2 Remake they did that, didn't they? And then they said like, you get the real things. If they did that, then I'd feel I'd have to. But
they did shorten.
Yeah.
Well, they did that thing, didn't they? Like scenario.
That's right. Yes.
You do like a shorter or slightly remixed one the second time through, and then
That's right. Yeah, because you could. Was it like so you could do A and B, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could start with Leon or start with. Is it Claire or Jill in that? It's
Claire,
isn't it? Yeah,
Claire on that one.
Vice
Yeah.
versa, and then play that way around. It's slightly different, but this is 2 separate. You start with them, don't you? And then you play for the same game.
That's right. Yes.
Different characters and whatnot.
Yeah.
Well. What are we doing with Resident Evil then? There's
Resident Evil.
A self-storage in a trunk room, but that might be too disrespectful. But I've seen we've seen things chucked in there.
We have seen things shut down. I think I'm going to be. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to get it in that gallery. I'm going to get it in that gallery because I think it does
secure its legacy before I crap over it.
And I'm going to give it a platinum because it's the greatest remake you've ever seen. No, I think it's a bronze. It's a bronze, and like I say, there is still. You can
still
see
won't be happy with that. You know that they'll still think that's underrated in some way.
Yeah. Oh, they'll go. I can't believe you've given that gold, Mum. I'll say go and play it without. Shut yourself in the room with no internet, no magazines, and play it, and see how long that takes you, and tell me how fucking good of a game it is.
No speaking to Jack Cooper on the playground at school for the tips. You don't be cheating that way either. You do it all on your own. See how far you get.
Yeah. So yeah, no, that goes in there. It's worth a play. I'm glad I've played it, ticked it off, but we've moved on from those games, and it's time to remake.
But we've got Resident Evil Zero. So you didn't move on. You moved straight into out the fire into the frying pan here. Resident Evil Zero, which actually came out the same year as Remake, just later on.
Unbelievable. I think it was again. I think Remake must come out like March. I think Zero was like November, wasn't it? It was this. Oh, chucked it out. And again, and this is a year later, they've done the 2015 HD remaster. 2016, we get the Zero remaster. Yeah. But yeah, doubled up. I think I bought the 2 of them for about £5.40. I think I paid something like that. Cheap as chips. And yeah, play through this one.
Zero with the ZERO.
Oh yes,
or Resident Evil Zero with the number. How are you having it?
Well, on the GameCube game, I haven't got it, but it says both. So I like the number because I think they put the line through the number.
Yeah, they do.
Zero.
Yeah.
I think I'd go with 0 because that's the grade I'd give it.
Oh dear. So
I'll tell you what. Let's get the positives out of the way. It's
Tank
a video game.
In this one slightly improved.
It's a video game. The end. Right, what did I like about this game? I'm struggling to think, to be honest. Hold on.
This is the one that Adcock said he didn't finish because he just hated the swap system or whatever.
I'll be honest. I'll tell you the positive. Again, it's the same setup as Resident Evil in terms of background, look, and it plays the same, it runs the same. I'll tell you one thing, a positive for this game. It is a lot linear than Resident Evil. So
Does it make
you
it
work
less
your way
confusing?
through. It makes it less confusing because there aren't puzzles. The puzzles are a lot dumbed down. I say dumbed down. They're. I didn't need to find a guide. I very little used a guide on this because the puzzles are more manageable and because you're not stuck in a mansion and it goes right. Go off you go. Find out what you can get in, what you can't.
Yeah.
You start off on a train on this one.
Right.
And it's a linear train, so you've got to get to one end of the train to enough. And as that progresses, you go through the game. It's a lot more linear in this experience. Therefore, I found it less frustrating having to wander around and get through the game.
Yeah.
That being said, there are mechanics in this game. So this is, Resident Evil's always been synonymous with two characters.
Yes.
And yeah, for what remake, you had two campaigns you could play. Same with Resident Evil 2, you had two characters you could play.
Yep.
Say 4, I mean, no, you only had one character in 4, didn't you? 5, you had co-op. 6, you had about 8 characters you could choose from. Alas, with this, you have 2 characters that you control at the same fucking time. And I mean, like, you don't have to. You can leave one to the computer, but you can control both of them at the same time using each side of the analog. I shit you not. This is
With
this
tank
is
controls still.
with tank controls. Yes, unfucking believable. Yes.
What
So
the hell is that?
So yeah, and this one, the puzzles in this one, like I say, they're not puzzles. You're not walking around a train going, right, now I've got to get a chess piece from here.
Yeah.
The puzzles in this one are, you get stuck in one part of a train. You've both got the smallest inventory ever. You've both got about 6 slots. You've now got to work out, you've got to find, one character has to find a tool. You then have to transfer it to the other character so they can then unlock something to get another thing that you then need to transfer back to that. And that is, I think this game took me just under 11 hours to beat. Again, another 5-hour experience, easy. But this time, instead of fucking faffing around with your thumb up your ass, this one is just getting frustrated with having to transfer fucking items between 2 people.
Right, yeah.
It is unfucking believable. So yeah, this is the hook is on this one. Yeah, is that 2 characters that sort of. I think the premise of the game is you're the girl that helps Chris in the original. So this is set before the Spencer Mansion. It's the story of Rebecca.
Yes.
And she's on a train, and there's a fugitive called Billy, who
You're right, yes, yeah.
That's it. The Stars members are taking him in, and yeah, obviously it all goes to shit. There's zombies everywhere, and you've got to work together to get out of the nightmare. And yeah, just like that. I mean, these 2 characters are fucking boring and dull as dishwater as it is. So you ain't rooting for them. I'm sitting there thinking, just let the fucking zombies eat these cunts because I can't stand either of
There'll be
them.
an ending where they both die and I can get off this game and get them credits rolled.
You don't root for them. And yeah, I just want to slap Capcom and go, right, what? Who had this idea and who thought it was going to be a good idea?
Yeah.
A good idea is a good idea forever.
This was a bad idea at the gate.
This is a bad idea. So yeah, I mean, like I say, the graphics are the only thing I can really ding this on. Like, give it a good positive thing. It's more varied. The enemies are more varied than the first game. You've got fucking bats and shit in this one. Leeches, that's a thing. There's a big leech thing in this game. There's mystery characters. There's very little connection. Like it. I mean, there is a bit of connection to the main lore, but I'll outright say this game didn't need to exist. It really doesn't. Like, I don't think it. Yeah, it's not even required to play. Like you would happily for the rest of the franchise is fine. It's not like this is the missing piece or anything like that. This is just another game that they've had this idea. Whoever's had this fucking idea, and it is fucking. Honestly, that is the worst 10 hours of gaming I've played. It's absolutely abysmal. That transfer is just. You've got the what's it called the ink ribbon system.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is that you've literally got the smallest inventory. So having a fucking ink ribbon in you is a fucking detriment because you can't pick anything else up. So you have to transfer it to your partner. The best part about this game is there's a section where you get split up and you're on your own.
You haven't got to worry about switching.
You ain't got to worry about it for about an hour. That's if that. And then you think, oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it's hard to be positive of any of this game, to be honest. I think I like 6 more than this. And people shit on 6.
That's interesting. It's been so long.
Yeah.
Play 6. At least 6 you could play cooperatively and share the pain.
I never did that, actually. No, I never did that.
So do
you play... So, like in Leon, do you play with that girl when you're Leon and stuff?
Yeah, I can't remember how.
I can't remember her name.
How it worked. I think there was like 2 characters in, but there's an Ada campaign where you're just like the second person is just like one of like the.
Oh, the soldiers. Yeah. Right, gotcha.
Who's that guy? What's that mode in Resident Evil 2 where you have to escape? Like little bonus mode, the remake.
Oh, Mercenaries, is it?
No, it's like his name's Hunk or something. I can't remember his name.
Oh, yes. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're one of those sort of soldiers.
Right, gotcha. Yeah. But honestly,
that shared some of the pain at least.
Yeah, honestly, I really do struggle to say anything positive about this game. To be honest,
Survivor. Hunk.
Fourth Survivor, that's right. Yeah, Hunk. I remember him. He's got like the gas masky type thing on, isn't he? Yeah.
So maybe you're actually playing Hunk in. Maybe that's the lore. I don't know.
Possibly. I wish I was playing as Hunk in this because maybe he might be more likable. But yeah, I mean, it had a couple of fun boss battles in it.
Yeah.
The story's very meh. It's not needed. The item, like I say, the only good thing going for it was relatively short and linear. So after the backtracking and the fucking wandering around like a fucking blue ass fly of the original, that was the only positives I can have.
Head north,
other than that,
get there.
Head north, you'll get there. Puzzles are pretty easy to deal with. You got those fucking hunters lurking around. Shoot them cunts. You get lots of weapons in this game, which is good, and the ammo. No Crimson Heads in this. No, it's not many zombies, really. Only ones. I mean, on the trainer, like I said, there's leeches, there's fucking bats, there's all sorts knocking about.
Yeah.
I didn't even mention the shark in the first one. Cool, that's fun.
Oh, yeah. That was expanded as well. That's one of the bits they expanded.
Yeah, that was good. But yeah, so this one, I mean, this is like an outright game, so this is no remake, this one. Original source material. And put it in the fucking bin because I can't. There isn't anything else I enjoyed about this game.
Straight in the self-storage trunk room.
I'm not even going to ask the question. It's fucking crumpled up into the bin and alley-oop straight into that fucking self-storage bin.
Bye-bye Resident Evil 0.
Yeah, wow. Absolute worst in the franchise. I'm going to play some of them other shitters and see how it compares. Umbrella Chronicles.
I was going to say, what's next for this project? Because we are days away from Requiem.
Days away. So 9 will be next then. So I'm currently playing another little number, Redacted. We'll talk about that. We know not. It's only Final Fantasy. That's other things.
That might take 6 months. Again, how big that
well, this is the trouble. Yeah, things out. What are we on now? We're on the 11th, aren't we? 12th, and that's out 27th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Requiem. So we have got metal weeks. I don't want to plough through Rebirth either. I like playing it and getting everything done. So that's difficult.
And it's hard if you're not leveled up properly as well.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And I want to continue my current form of not stopping games because I'm getting these games that I go back to after 2 years and stuff.
Horrible.
I had to watch YouTube for Final Fantasy, like to remind myself because I played like 20 hours. I was like, oh, I'm not doing that again.
What chapters you got to? Can you remember the number you was
It was on 3, so it weren't too far.
Yeah.
No, was it 3? Yeah, 3. Yeah, I'm on 6 now. Right. But even that, just going back in like after not playing it, and then it's like, right, what do I do? And I watched a YouTube video to remind me of the cutscene, so I knew the story.
Jeez, but perv on Tifa again.
Yeah, exactly that.
Careful,
That's
Tifa.
The hardest part of that game, Tifa by far, the hardest part of that game is having to stop every couple of minutes to have a wank because of the characters. I mean, that Scarlet that knocks about, Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
crikey, I forgot about her.
What are you doing, mate? Square Enix know exactly what they're doing there, dirty bastards.
Yeah, I thought they might tone that down for these modern times.
They're massive.
No, they've just made them
bigger.
Now the AI's got even more inspiration to draw from. So when they make these these videos that
dirty videos,
they can use to make them look even more realistic.
Unbelievable. But no, back to your original question. So yeah, Requiem will be the next one to be played. So hopefully I'll get Rebirth at least finished before I start that. Might be a small delay. So that'll be played. And now this Code Veronica is now the other one scratching at me now, because this is also being claimed as a mainline series, which, come on, Jeff. It's not available on PC, annoyingly, so it's going to have to be there is a PS4 version. So I might have to go out. I don't know if it works. I think it's 30 FPS though. That's the only fucking shitter.
It will be.
So we've got that.
This is the Dreamcast one. This is one that came.
This is the Dreamcast one. Yeah, it came out on Dreamcast, and then they realised that no one bought that, so they re-released it. I don't know. I think they did add a couple of bits, but nothing too drastic. And now it's called Code Veronica X.
Right.
And it was like now it's on everything, well, apart from PC. But yeah, so I'm gonna either pick this up, or I might try and get it on PS2 and play it on there as originally intended. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll probably play it on PS4.
An emulated PS2 version was released on the PS4 in 2017.
Was it?
So when they started doing those PS2 classics or whatever they were called.
Oh yeah. So does it run at 30 or 60? Have a little Google of that. But yeah, so that's that. I've got Resident Evil Revelations 2 that I own and haven't played, but again, that's not mainline series. No. So that's an as and when. And then I'm just starting to pick up all these tutters. I want to try and get them all. So like a couple of Wii games. On-rail shooters, we've got that. I mean, the trouble is, some of the real shitters, they're fucking like 50, 60 quid, some of them, because they're quite rare, even though their bags are shit. So you've got like fucking Outbreak games or Dead Aim, I think there's one called. So eventually the pipeline dream is to play them all. But I was glad to get that. Was the last one from the main series as Zero. Ironically, is the fucking worst one of the lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's just Code Veronica now and number 9 when it pops along.
Wow.
So and that's Resi done for me.
That's where we're up to on Resident Evil Land and Lore.
Are you day dot for Requiem, or are you still difficult? Should be,
but
Baldur's has got you by the bollies.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I'll be interested to see when I get past the next bit I'm at, whether there's more. If there is...
Oh, it's another 800 hours.
When you go in a new area in this game, it spawns about 18 quests. And, I'll be interested to see. And then I know they've added like epilogues and things since then, so...
However,
we'll see. I mean, I've been playing... yeah. The idea is to get it. I might just get it anyway, and maybe Baldur's Gate can have a once a week. Well, I'm more likely to be too scared to play Requiem too much. So
that's the thing, it looks, and I can guarantee this one is going to be more taxing than I found. 2 I found really taxing as well, just I think because it was so claustrophobic and
when they say that, what can you do to remake the original? I'm like, do it in like 2, Like the blueprints there, because 4 is a lot more action heavy, but 2 was
and open.
Yeah.
I mean, you're outdoors in half of it. They're big, wide rooms. Even in that castle, the fucking rooms are massive.
Yeah.
Whereas in 2, you're walking through fucking tight corridors.
Yeah, and they're all coming out
It's
the fucking
pitch black
walls.
everywhere. Got your fucking torch out. Mate, they could do that easily. But that's pinning Resi for the 1.
Well, there we go. Got Resident Evil 4, the remake, getting itself a gold. Resident Evil HD remaster, sitting on a bronze. And then Resident Evil 0, straight in the self-storage / trunk room. So have that. At least it wasn't a botchling, eh? So
Well, a botchling, no. I could see people. I could
solace in that.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that was just through pure fucking stubbornness to get it ticked off. Unbelievable.
Well, there we are, Mr. Adkins. Thank you for that. As usual, we'll bid everyone adieu, and we'll see you on the other side.
Slogan and apps. We're here again. Maybe we're not. Maybe this continues on. We don't ever really know. So we do everyone like it could start. Probably won't start an episode, but
no, there's always an intro and an outro which doesn't have these segments in it. So that's the one bit of consistency we can offer. Is there'll be something before and something after this always.
Would it be weird though if I just went, we're doing just straight into a review? Would that be weird?
The way it's structured now is that there's a little interlude between each of the segments, and it's like a game or a console startup screen or video or something like 10 seconds tops. And then once that ends, it just goes bang. And people are looking at the notes anyway, I'd assume, to see what's there.
I think everyone knows how it rolls by now. We've had no complaints come through in the mail. The inbox is empty.
I can't get unlocked out at the moment, so
There could be.
It could be.
We're not getting tweeted. No
Don't use it anymore. So again, that's switched off pretty much. I was thinking of bringing it back, but not because I hate doing all the editing. That's why we do it once a month. I hate doing it. It annoys me. I used to really hate doing the socials. It used to really, because you were once social media manager.
Yeah.
In the early days.
It's not. I don't know how people do that for a job. No. You'd be like
they must have tools and workflows that make it a lot easier than directly interfacing with it. But I hate doing that. But what I was thinking was just to get some activity was to once a week just tweet a screenshot of a game that someone in the Dimp realm's playing and put like game of the week and then the name. So we're doing the Pathless. It would be like game of the week, apps, the Pathless.
Yeah.
Then that's quite low. Well, I say it's low because it's getting responses from those brain deads. Because if people like, why are you doing
engagement
this?
Farming,
just something in it, just
activity, algorithmic activity. Yeah, I don't know how to play them algorithms, but I assume if you so as an example, I assume if we posted a Battlefield 6 or a
clip or
Ark
something.
Raiders clip or picture, and it identified it. People that would be interested in that stuff, it would start coming up in there like for you, and stuff.
I think nowadays though, with the way X works, that Musk fuck basically it's paid for engagement. Like you got to have, if you have like a premium account or a paid account, you get slotted into more areas. So
that's the one thing, and it's a digression, but that's the one thing that one of the changes that he's made that I really have hated on X. I think he's done a lot of good things like trying to get rid of bots and all that sort of stuff, but I don't like the way that content is like good. It doesn't matter whether the content's good, bad, interesting or not. It's just the amount of engagement it has, and I'm like, that's not a good model. And basically, it encourages people to post stuff and get stuff out there, but it doesn't require any necessary thought or whatever. You just
chuck it out there. Volume.
Chuck it out there and watch the pennies roll in, or the cents as it might be. But but we're here again, and we are discussing today a game that I have no idea about. As usual, you seem to pick the ones that I don't know about. I assume you talk to others about the ones that they might know about. But they're always ones that are relatively alien to me. And this one is called, as the listeners know, the Pathless.
Yes, the Pathless.
Which is, I think when you text me about it, I instantly went, cleanser.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this just a minute ago before we hit record, and like the time spent, which is relevant. It was 6 hours, pretty much a main quest with a little bit of sittings there, and that is in. I think what were we saying? Sub 10 for palette cleanser territory. I mean, that's actually the length of like.
It's where you want it.
Yeah.
It's
Probably lower than
standard.
that. I'd say sub 8. I think if you're getting into 8 hours, that's an old PS3, Xbox 3. I think Uncharted 1's like not far off being 8 to 10. Like Gears of War, that's pretty short. I think it needs to be like
it's all got bloat
8.
feel lately, isn't it? Like when you look at a main game nowadays, you look at like Assassin's Creed. When we're doing that Valhalla, it's like an endless stream there. But I mean, ideal for me, really, for some of these are sub even 6 or 5 hours sort of around that mark is the sweet spot, I think, because beyond that it starts becoming a bit self-indulgent, and then before you know it, you're in Spiritfarer territory, which is where you don't want to be.
So yeah,
Still can't believe that. I'll never forgive it. Never ever forgive that game for how it bloated me for about 10 to 15 hours longer than it needed to.
Fucking outrageous that was.
If I ever meet the guy that developed that and signed it off, I'd like to have strong words about what he was thinking.
Yeah.
Bloody unbelievable. But anyway, here we are with a little 6 to, well, you know, depending on, I guess, the levels down in the game that you go, sort of in terms of depth of completionist. You know, it's probably somewhere between 5 to 15 hours. If you really fucking blow through that, you could probably do the main quest.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I think without a guide, it would take a while just trying to find where things are.
Right.
And obviously, we'll get into what it is, but like the puzzles and whatnot, you could get stuck on there for forever. So yeah, there is definitely your mileage will vary depending on what's going on in that brain. And how
if you replayed it now, how long do you reckon you could steam through that campaign in?
Probably you can only shave off an hour and a half. Tops.
Oh, really?
I think so. Wow. Yeah, I think because it kind of is a set. I know the puzzles potentially. Yeah, it kind of is what it is. It's and I do no side stuff, obviously. So I probably spent a good 40 minutes doing a few optional bits and pieces here and there. But yeah, you can get through it reasonably quick, but it's not like you can. I couldn't do it in like 2 hours. I'm sure speedrunners have done it in some way, but normally they break the games. I always think that's not quite. That's not legit.
It wasn't played as intended.
No, I don't like this. Because when I first started looking at speedrunning, I was like, "Oh, they're playing the games really quickly." Like and it was like, "Oh no, he's glitching through the walls and skipping." And I'm like, I know that's but
I prefer the idea of a speedrun. In my mind, is
all content done quickly.
How quick can you do the game? As it was intended is a weird one to say, but without cheese in it, I think is the way that I'd put it. Like, and a lot of the people find exploits and cheeses that bother me a bit, because I'm like, and they clap them, they go, "Oh, we've skipped half the level." You go, "We haven't." How is that speedrunning it when you've skipped half of the potential hard content? Like, I don't know. Anyway, so the Pathless. Do you want to read a store page, perhaps?
Do I have a store page?
Do you want me to read a store page, perhaps?
You. I'm not very good at reading, I've noticed, so maybe you give it a go. If it's worse than mine, I'll go back to reading them.
On Steam is the one that
I played it on PS5 just for reference. Just get that out there for the.
Yeah.
Got caught in a loop there, didn't I?
So, from the creators of Absu, didn't know that. Remember that game?
Which I loved.
You loved
Absu.
Good
it's one of those games that I checked back on the grading that I gave it. I was like, what did I give it? And I was like, it must have been a bronze. Clearly not. It's a gold. So
graded it.
It's strange that my head was like, that's in bronze territory.
Yeah.
Because over time, brain failure or whatever you want to call it. But no, I bloody love that game.
Good. Well, that's a positive for this then. So yeah, from the creators of Abzu, the Pathless is the mythic adventure of an archer and an eagle in a vast forest. Become the hunter, a master of archery, who travels to a mystical land to dispel a curse of darkness that grips that world.
That's it. That's pretty good.
Interesting.
What I will say is we've had games previously that I've played where you just dropped in it and you have what's going on here. Like there's some of these smaller titles, they're like, oh, we're not going to tell you what's going on necessarily. You're just going to have to suss it out as you go through. And I'm like, whoa, what are we doing here? I will say for the Pathless, it just at the beginning, it's like there's a curse on the world. It's coming from this island. Your character's going there to try and clear the curse. I'm like, great. Now I know.
Was it like text?
Yeah, just text. Just comes up and says it.
Star Wars style.
Almost. It wasn't rolling, but it just come up, and I was like, well, there we go. That's the scene set. I now know what I'm doing here. I haven't just landed on this fucking island and being like, oh, what's going on? I've got to read the notes. Like, it's just, here's your objective at a high level. There's going to be story beats throughout it, but at least you know what the fucking context is. I don't know why they're so... That seems difficult these days for games to do. They're like, ooh, don't be knowing.
I guess they think that era mystery adds a layer of intrigue and complexity perhaps to it that without that they feel is a bit basic or something. I don't know. But I quite like that idea. It's kind of like, what do you... like, obviously they don't... I kind of get it, right? Because they, bigger budget games have the capability, and what you often find is there's like an opening cutscene, right? Yeah. That explains, or there'll be a cinematic, or there'll be something that kind of explains where you're at, right? And that clearly takes resource and everything to do. Yeah. So I kind of get for smaller, if you like, developers and smaller budgets, why that might be something that gets deprioritized from the overall kind of project. But I just think, like, surely it can't be that hard to put in some sort of text, rolling text, however you want to do it. Yeah. Even some games are put like a storybook, like at the front, like as pages in a book, or like, I just think there is a way to dress that up that just helps you go, okay, I know what's happened, I know where I am, why I'm here, and what kind of the context of what I'm doing. Because then it just sets you off on a much better footing.
Yeah, you're not wandering around going, what is all this shit? I'm like, okay, we're in this world where there's a curse, so there's immediately set some sort of boundaries that are removed. Like, it's not a reality-based game or like conventional. Yeah, it just does a lot of things, I think, when they just do that, like, not tangible stuff. Just, you're off ready to go and start playing straight away without wondering. But yeah, I just appreciated that. Anyway, I cut you off.
No, that's fair.
Or was that, or did you read
that's all good. I did read through it all, yeah. So, Archer, Eagle, Forest, Eagle. Hunter, Master, Mythical, Curse, Flip in the World.
So quite a lot different from Abzu. So Abzu was like an underwater type jobby. Action, not really there. It was one of those kind of ones that you kind of float through and you explore in. I think there was some light puzzle elements and whatnot. But it's more of an experience. Pathless is a lot more hands-on, and as you would have seen in the trailers, encounters to be getting on with, as well as kind of sliding around, boosting around, and using your archery skills to keep your momentum going. It's going for a momentum-based traversal, which has its pros and cons in it, and along with the encounters. So this is a bit of a They've gone for something. I don't know if it's ambitious is the right word, but they're trying a lot more dynamic things than what Abzu was.
Added in an additional layer of mechanics, I assume, as well, and a different dynamic. Yeah. Well, that's good. So it shows some sort of element of direction and evolution from them, perhaps. Yeah. So where do you want to start? Do you want to start by explaining what is the progression? What is the game like? Is it? It clearly doesn't look like one of these walking simulators where you're walking around solving puzzles or whatever. It looks a bit more action based. Like Master of Archery sounds positive to me.
Okay, so I guess there's two.
Is that misleading?
Slightly. There's three elements really. I'd say if you were to break it down, you've got the traversal. So you are an archer. You can run around, but you can boost. So if you hold L2, you'll boost. There's a little bar at the bottom which indicates how long you can boost for. pretty standard. Whilst
Where's
you're
that boost
boosting,
coming from?
well, I don't know. This wasn't explained. I'll tell you that much. Some sort of skill that's been inherited.
Get me that.
Don't be. Yeah, well, I could do with it. And you'll notice if you see anything from the game, there's lots of these little red icons around the world.
Yeah.
They're called talisman. So what happens is when you approach one of those, or when you're within a certain distance, it will highlight it, and if you hold R2, you'll draw your bow, and and let go, and it'll fire an arrow at the talisman. Now, what that does is it replenishes a portion of your boost. So the idea is to get around quickly is to use the talisman to keep your boost topped up and keep you going. And it's because it's automatically kind of locked in, like you don't have to aim, like when you're close enough and within like a visual range, you just hold R2 and the little like diamond goes, takes about a second, probably less than that, and then you let go, bang. So that's your kind of traversal and exploration. It wants you to keep momentum to do it efficiently. There's some puzzle elements around that, so they do play with the idea of if you get more advanced at it, you'll get potentially some rewards. But generally, that's how you're going to be getting around, and you can unlock like jumping and gliding and things like that. So you can then kind of combine the talisman boost when you're gliding to keep yourself up in the air, for example. So that's one of its kind of main elements. The second one is the exploration and the puzzle solving. This is a very, very puzzle heavy game. Very, very puzzle heavy. And they're of varying degrees of difficulty. I didn't have too much of a problem, but they were challenging enough where you'd be like, need to just sit down and think about this. Often it'll involve there's little buttons, there's 3 of them. To unlock the door, you need to somehow find something to drop on 2 of the buttons, and you can stand on the 3rd one. Then you'll see, there's a box that's locked away there. Okay, how do I open that? And usually it's firing your bows through some ringed circles. So there might be 2 lights. If you consecutively get through 2 rings and then hit the target, it will unlock the door. And again, it's all automated or semi-automated. You're not aiming as such. You're not having to free aim. You're kind of locking on to these targets. Another one might be that there's a door and there's 2 torches that are out next to it. Okay, I've got to light the torches, and then it'll open the door, unlock a new part of the puzzle. And you'll do that by firing your arrow through a torch that is already lit. So it's like lining up. It's like, okay, the torch is there, that's not lit. Behind me, there's a torch that is lit. You line it up and go, right, that's roughly right. You don't have to be very accurate. It will help you out and kind of do it. Fire it, and you'll see the little arrow go, boing, and light it. And you're like, okay. And at a base level, that's the foundations of some of the puzzles. And what they do well from that perspective is the foundations remain the same pretty much throughout, but they just build on them nicely. Like there's a nice bit of progression of, like I said, complexity, mixing and matching, and bits and pieces like that. And then the final kind of part, I say, of the game that people will have seen, and that's quite major, are the encounters. So once you've kind of done the necessary requirements for your level, which are split into plateaus, it's all seamless, but the plateaus get increasingly higher in altitude, so you'll work your way up the plateaus. You have to find these little pieces, I call them puzzle pieces, I don't think they are, but you essentially find those, and
like ukulele.
Yeah, you drop them into a tower, and then once you've done all 3 of the towers, it will trigger the encounter. There's usually a beast or something it's in the world that's roaming around, and then it will trigger like, oh, you're going to fight it and cleanse that plateau of the curse or the beast that's cursed. And there's 2 types of encounters. There's that what I've described just there, which is you do that, blah blah blah. Which we'll get to. The other one is they are roaming around the world as it is, and there's a big red like storm surrounding them. When you go into that, because sometimes you have to go there to get to a specific area for a puzzle, for example, it triggers a stealth section, believe it or not, where the eagle gets blown away and you have to go and rescue the eagle, and it will be going wah, wah, and you can see where it is. The beast has got eyes, and its kind of vision cones are demonstrated by these lights that you can clearly see. If you move whilst the vision's on you, it'll get you and hurt you, and you'll lose some of your experience or your progress towards unlocking like boost jumps, essentially. The idea is that you have to stop when he looks at you, keep moving, stops, keep moving. It's just that is not very good. That's just really I don't know what it's doing in there, if I'm honest. I don't know what they were thinking with that.
One of those annoying change of pace frustrations.
Why has it got to be stealth? And it happens multiple times when you're trying to clear it out, because inevitably the beast will be located by one of the towers that you need to activate to cleanse it. So you have to it kind of, and sometimes it even just like tracks you and comes over to you and just and you're like, well, all right, we're doing this, I guess. You can't really fail it. Like, you do lose a little bit of your experience, or however you want to describe that, but it's not really like you die and reset. And then obviously, once I said the other type of encounters, when you've cleansed the plateau, it's like, right, now we've got to get rid of this scourge, the boss. And there's two sections to that, and it's pretty much always the same. There's a chase sequence, so you have to, using your traversal, hopefully, that you've started to get good at, boosting yourself. You'll be chasing after the beast. It might fire fucking fireballs at you, and you've got to avoid those. And usually there's like 3 to 6 kind of like little eyes that you have to then shoot. So you've got to get up alongside it, fire your arrow at that, do that 3 times, and then the beast will fall over. Then you'll battle it in some way, which is varying depending on the beast. Again, not very good. There's probably a handful of those. I think I'd say 1 or 2 of them I thought was actually decent. One of them was awful, and the rest were, I was like, this is just getting in the way. I actually really enjoyed the puzzle solving element of it, but really despised any of the encounter stuff mostly. So I don't know what they were playing at with this, in all honesty, by putting that in there. It's
I feel like they want to do
we've
something.
been crapped on for not having any combat in Abzu. Let's come up with this. And I'm like, well, that's not it. Because what that ended up doing to me was like, right, cleanse the fucking plateau at all costs so that I haven't got to deal with this stealth section. And I'm like, but once I've done that, I might as well move on to the next plateau. So any sort of exploration for side activities was eliminated, essentially, for me. So I didn't like that. It's a shame, because I really like the puzzle elements. I think the puzzles are really smart. The traversal's kind of like, was enjoyable. I never quite got really good at it, but I think there's scope there. If you practice a bit more, you can do some really cool, not exploits, but you can be really efficient at it. So it's like one part of it, the encounters poor. Another part, the puzzle's really good. Traversal, pretty good, with room to, be better if you get better at the game. And that's the highlights.
Interesting. So basically, good puzzles, shit bosses, all right travel. Low, medium, and high.
Yeah, it's got the whole fucking gambit of options ticked off. Rag status, red, amber, green.
It is a bit of a weird one with some of these games, because you can see what they're trying to do, but they never get to the full depth, especially with combat. It really needs to be at to be fulfilling. And as you say, like when you're, I don't know what it is. I mean, when I play a puzzle game, I'm okay for it just to be puzzles. When I'm playing an action game, I'm largely okay for it to be an action game. Yeah. Like the one that I always draw back to, and I've done multiple times since I played it, is Spider-Man. There is no need for the stealth sections in that game. Like,
it's momentum breaking, isn't it? That's the thing.
Yeah. I don't understand how I sit there and you sit there and feel that, and then the playtesters and everyone go, yeah, that's a net positive.
And in Spider-Man 2, let's expand that. Make it even longer.
It's like you're taking what you want to play and enjoy, and then going, no, we're going to introduce a completely different type of game for you. I mean, if you're playing solitaire, like a card game, it's okay for it to be solitaire. Like, I don't expect anything different. I don't judge it by any different standards.
No.
So yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, as you say, and it does just always just. I'm trying to think of some examples where I think it's really worked, and I don't feel like I have them. I mean, some games can blend it well. Like obviously, you got maybe something like Metal Gear Solid, which isn't something that I've got that blends stealth and action and
Yeah.
but it feels like they're the exception to the rule as opposed to the overall kind of guiding principle.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. It's just, I think just in general, the stealth sections are criminal, really, in this. But to add on top the encounters as well, like it's 2 stabs at this same idea you've had, action and now stealth, and just miserably blown it on both of those. So the whole conflict they've obviously gone for. Like you need to have a conflict at the end of each plateau. Is that how you say it?
Plateau. Yeah, I'm not fussed with either.
Each level.
Either phrases, to be honest.
Change it. Biome. Use that one.
Biome, yeah.
Trying to be too clever. It's just a pain in the backside, and you know it made me not want to go out of my way to do more because I was like, I just want to get this ticked off.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the motivation sometimes because there's a story reason for it, which there is, but that wasn't the driving force. I was more driven, like I just want this shit bag off this area so that I haven't got to have it jump on me. But then you do it, you think, well, let's just progress.
Yeah.
And I think, well, maybe at the end I'll go back and do it all. But you rolled the credits, and I was like, you know what? Let's get out of here.
I'm done with that.
We're done. Yeah, it's fine. Which is fine. Not every game has to be 100%ed. As much as I like to dive into it, they do have to earn that level of investment. So, just a bit up and down all over the place, really.
Yeah, interesting. Fuck me, where'd you probe that? I mean, the bits you did, the puzzles were good then. I mean, that's the one. That's a positive. Like it done the puzzle bit well. Because the puzzles, I always find are a tricky balance between being challenging, not too difficult, not too like they have to hit a sweet spot of okay, I want to feel like there's some satisfaction from doing it. If they're too easy, you feel like, well, what's the point? I've just gone through the motions. Like it's a bit of a tricky one. So did they find the balance for that? Because there are some that I've done in the past where I had to go and get guides for them, and I go, why am I having to do that?
No, they've done really. That's arguably one of the harder things to do in game is to get the puzzles right, and I think they have. It might trend for some people slightly towards the easier side, but not so much that there's no effort. You will have to stop and think about it, even if it's for a few seconds. You're like, now I've sussed it, and like I said, they keep building on complexity and layers and whatnot, but it's following the same rules, so you're never like, oh, they want me to do something completely different here. Where's this come from? What's this mechanic doing here? It's always an extension of what you've done previously. So they're very good, and and there's lots of so these like puzzle pieces, I think they're called light stones, I can't remember now, but you get 2 of those per level or biome that you need for 3 towers. So you need to get 6 of them for most of the biomes. There's not just 6 on each area. There's more than 6. So it's also got that flexibility that if you do get stumped by something, it's not blocking your progress necessarily. You can just go and find the item from somewhere else. I didn't have to do that, but I noticed it's got more than enough available resources here. So if you do, for whatever reason, get stuck on one, you can walk away and you're not going to be blocked from it. So they've done I think in all instances, they've done a good job. The rewards for... One thing that did annoy me slightly is that some of the times the puzzles give you these little yellow orbs that increase that little meter I was talking about. Each time you increase a whole section of that, you get an extra jump that you can use that your eagle will like boost you up. You can do you can jump up once and then glide, and then you can jump up twice then glide, so you can get higher and higher. That's the reward you get for doing puzzles and unlocking chests and whatnot. But I found it wasn't always clear. So basically, it's got eagle vision from Assassin's Creed, which is ironic because there's an eagle in this. You hit triangle and you're putting a mask on, essentially, and then it puts a filter over the game. You've seen it 100 times before, Witcher vision, whatever you want to call it, and then it highlights certain things so you as the player can be kind of directed. What it will do is it will highlight any area that's got potential for you to find a light stone, an item, or upgrade your little boost or your jump meter, but they're all marked the same. So you might go to an area, do the puzzle, complete it, and then you're rewarded with the little yellow orbs. I'm like, I wanted the fucking light stone, the piece. I wanted the story progression piece, and I couldn't work out a way to. You just get there and you're like, okay. And sometimes you get there and you're not even sure by looking around what you're going to get. 9 times out of 10, if you can't see the little piece, it's not there. But that was slightly annoying, because if you wanted to be, which when you asked me about if you could shave time off it, that's where I'd get blocked, because I would just end up going to places where I can't use the, I'm just going to get the yellow orbs rather than the item or the story piece. So I think from that perspective, maybe there was something I didn't pick up on it, but that ain't my fault. I always say. Sick of it.
Not taking responsibility for it.
No, I do like the fact that the game almost forces you to go up higher and then use the mask to highlight things, because not often in games everything's on a map. There is no map in this. The levels aren't particularly well. Actually, they are quite big, but they are. It's one of those well designed maps where the landmarks are quite visible, so you kind of know where you've been, where you've not been. The mask does help because it highlights the red things that you haven't done. But in order to actually see them, the best thing to do is to go up higher and look, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to go there. Yeah. But in saying that, there's no way to I would have appreciated being able to mark in the world where I'm going, because sometimes I lost sight of where I was heading towards. I knew there was a red, area to go to, but visibly I couldn't see necessarily a cave or whatever it might be. I was just saw a load of trees there, and I would have. I don't want a map in the game, but on screen it'd been good if I could just put like a beam or something that shines up. Like Zelda has that, where you can mark things with like a light, and it will go from bottom to top, and they'll stay there, and then you can just work towards that kind of landmark. I would have appreciated something like that, because I did get snarled up a few times trying to look for shit.
Yeah, that's fair. One of my biggest bugbear with some palette cleansers is how the map, if it's there at all, works, and how you can identify like key features and navigate there and all that good stuff. It is, I find it always a little bit not what I'm looking for. I prefer map, explore the map, do all that good stuff, and basically be able to explore it with ease. I think sometimes what happens is that something is missing, and you end up finding that it becomes a bit of a pain to navigate it, and you can't really get to where you want with ease. You kind of find yourself either having to visually move towards landmarks, and I just like it when I can select something and it shows me the best way to get there. I'm a bit lazy. I don't know if it's laziness now, but I think I've just come to expect it more in some of these games. Like if I put a marker down, I don't know if it might have been Assassin's Creed that kind of spoiled this for me.
Yeah.
Where it literally just, you open the map, you put a marker down on where you want to go.
It's got GPS, and then the horse will follow the path. So
if you want to be super lazy, it'll just do it for you. But I like it because a lot of the time, one of the least fun things to do is travel and traverse. I mean, obviously in this game it sounds slightly different because the traversal and the way you navigate the world is kind of a part of the game. But most of the time, especially on large maps, it's a bit dull.
Yeah.
What was that game? I was playing a game a little while ago. I can't remember what it was now. I got it on that Epic store. That's how forgettable it was. I think we even talked about it. But basically in that game, you get like the equivalent of pod racers to go across the land with. But there's literally nothing. There's no random occurrences. There's literally nothing to do in between it. And it's just a bit dull. I'm like, I kind of want something to do. I want a purpose. I want there to be like a chance of something happening that makes it worthwhile. Like the driving was just boring. I was like, why have you created this for me? Just felt a bit weird, that's all.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think the Pathless gets away with it simply because the doing of the movement is engaging, like with the having to shoot the talisman and glide. Like you're not just holding a button steering, like you're having to engage and think subconsciously. You're like, right there. You're kind of doing it. And yeah, I wouldn't have trusted them with what they did with the encounters here to put any more to it in.
Sable.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to go back and check it. It's Sable, yeah. It's just a bit dull. But yeah, at least they've made it kind of interesting. Like sometimes it's easily just avoided by like the more you do it, the higher your skill gets, and then you get kind of like a buff of some sort as you go through for doing that. But yeah, sometimes just a little bit shallow and soulless. Okay, is there anything else you wanted to attend to as part of your Pathless review before we move towards gallery section?
That's the word I was looking for. Pin. Like you can drop a pin in the world, and that just popped in my head. I mean, there's the MVP really is that once you interact with those stealth sections, because the poor eagle gets blown away, you rescue it, and you clear it, blah blah blah. Then the eagle gets in your arm, and it's got all the scourge on it, like the curses all like on its wings and stuff. You can stroke it. You stroke it to rub the curse off. That's the best bit. Stroking that eagle, and even when you've wiped it all off, just the action, the way the arm moves, I just found myself just carrying on. The eagle seemed to like it, so that little mechanic there. I will say that sometimes when you have these animal companions, they can go one or two ways. Like I tend to get more invested than most people, like giving a shit about them. I didn't with this eagle, even though I had the stroking mechanic. And it annoyed me also, actually, that they call it petting. You've got to pet the eagle. What?
Stroke.
Yeah. Well, you pet your pet, do you? Hello?
That's Americanism, isn't it? Petting.
It's not right.
I don't like the term personally. It's not.
Where a giant squid from?
But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think what dog. There's one with dogs, right? The dog companions are always the ones where it's most delicate. What about that crow in Assassin's Creed?
He was... Nah.
Not...
No. I don't
change him, though.
Yeah, you could put skins on him.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah. You could get different skins for the crow, yeah.
Yeah.
Raven, sorry.
Where... Yeah... Okay, I'll just check in where giant squid were. It was a raven, wasn't it? Wasn't it a crow in Valhalla, though?
That's what I'm trying to think. It should surely be...
It was an eagle,
raven.
Wasn't it? It was an eagle in Odyssey. I think it was a raven in Valhalla. I think there was actually a crow skin for it, which didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think I might have put a crow on because I wanted it to be like The Crow, the film.
Right.
So I was like, that's probably what's saturated the memory. But yeah, it depends. I think if there's an element of jeopardy, I care about them. But that crow's eagle's never getting killed off. It's never in any real jeopardy. It's just there serving a purpose.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
just it's one of those things that I noticed because I've obviously played a lot of games, and when there's a companion of animal, or like an animal, I'm like, And often if it goes wrong, which obviously it can do in any game, there's marks coming off it. You don't need to be doing that unless it serves a purpose. But when you're just being cruel, to me, I don't like it. It can be a real gut wrencher.
Oh God, what's he called?
Reuben.
Reuben,
The pig.
The most heartbreaking of events. Isn't it weird how out of all the games we've played, like probably the hardest hitting of all the companions has been Reuben.
Yeah, those who know. If you don't know, then you've been spared a trauma you haven't got to deal
basically,
with.
Yeah. You haven't got to carry that for the rest of your life with you.
No, it still haunts me when I think about it. Yeah, you don't need to be
Right.
doing that. It's unnecessary.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I actually think if they that's a compliment to the game.
Yeah, it is. I
think it's got to go almost one way or the other, where they build up this whole relationship and interaction, and then something happens and it's a heartbreak. Because that shows you how good they've built up the players' rapport, and that shows a good job, I think. But then, conversely, if they don't do enough and it's just kind of a symbolic event, it's a bit like, what are we doing here then? I like to feel like I'm invested in the companion.
Yeah, I think this. If it goes heartbreak, I do agree, and you feel it. That's a good sign.
You don't want it, but it's a good sign. I think the game's done a good job in terms of building the rapport that you wanted. I think is probably how I'd put it. Okay, well look, if you got nothing else to say, we'll go and drive up to front door of the gallery, because I like the front.
Yep.
Big old key, as we've discussed, opened it, makes a kadonk noise. We walk through into your gallery. I do also show you the back door and say we can go down there if you want, but we always go into the gallery first and go, what are we doing? And then I'll let you decide.
Moving on. Yeah.
Basically.
Yep. So the Pathless does find a way into the Dimp Digital Gaming Gallery. I think there isn't enough there to have it immortalised in some way. Just the question is where, what sort of grading, what sort of award will it get? How will it be remembered in the gallery and represented? I like at this point to let you guess.
Yeah, so Abzu got a gold.
Yeah.
Now, that's going to be tricky to replicate based on what I've heard. So it feels like it's probably going to be lower. It feels like overall the experience or sentiment is it doesn't feel like there's one thing that's kind of dragging it back necessarily. That and it feels like the overall combat stealth element plus a bit of traversal kind of pulled it down, which is half the game, maybe nearly. But the puzzles were really good. So the question is, how much does the things you didn't like drag down on the bits you did? I would probably say it gets bronze, but depending on how good you felt those puzzles were, could easily get silver.
He's ruled out the gold, which is correct.
Yeah.
He's gone for the bronze, which is bold, because there is a lot to love about the game. But ultimately, that's correct. It falls into the bronze category for me. I'm glad I played it, which I think is always like, when I think, do you go in the gallery? It's like, did I enjoy my time with it? The short answer is yes. And I can see why it's got some like very, not noisy, but advocates that really love it and they're like, you need to play this. I can really see that loop of the puzzles and whatnot being something that people really get into and like 100% in it. Like I can see it's got enough elements there where you could see it skewing that way. But, you know, I can also see why if you look at the critical response, it's not super high. You know, I think it's high 70s and whatnot. And I would imagine a lot of that falls down to the combat areas. So it's one of those things, it's flawed, as many games are. Enjoyed my time with it. And
that's how they're selling it, though, by the way. Like, Master of Bows or Arrows, whatever it's called. But it's basically
78 on Open Critic.
I mean, it's not bad. I think
it's not.
It's sullied by those Fantasy Gaming League and Grand Prix scores, but like not everything's an 88 or an 89 in this life. Like, and that doesn't mean it's bad or not worth playing.
No.
So
that's why the bronze system works better. It's still getting pat on the back. Keep adding scores, and if you're going to do the scores, we've talked about this, the 5 stars, which I'm trying to implement into that film group.
Yeah, I liked that. I saw that the other day, and I was like, yes,
I'm just going to start doing
ultimate wish.
I was going to use that. Use the emojis.
It's the right way to be doing business, in my view. Like, are you going to do half stars? Are they acceptable?
If I can find a way for it to, I think you can get an emoji that does it. So I will. I don't know. Maybe.
I actually think it's okay to, especially in films, to pull it down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Like, get off the fence of the halves and go to a 3 or 4.
Yeah, there should be more
On balance.
brutality in it. But yeah, the Pathless,
I think
bronze.
Yeah, sounds good. Could be better, basically.
I would say, I know you're looking for these palette cleansers, and this might be a negative way to end it. I'm not sure I'd recommend it to you. I think you just do your nut in with the stealth and the encounters bit. I think
I'll be honest, I gathered that.
Yeah.
Yeah. A minute and whatever it was in the trailer, and I was like, the first bit that it started off with, where there's like sliding down a hill, arrows. I was like, I said to you, didn't I? I went, look at that. And then I saw stealth, and I saw those bosses, and I was like, that looks like a stress that I don't want from a palette cleanser.
Yeah, exactly. It's not particularly hard. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
that's actually worse for me, right? Because when I'm thinking about what I want, I don't want to be annoyed. I want to be challenged or not. I want it to be short, not long.
Yeah.
But I don't want it to be. I hate palette cleansers that are just like Spiritfarer. Again, I'm just doing stuff for the. There's nothing there for me. I'm just getting irritated at it by the length and the overindulgence. It's not challenging. It's not. It's just too long. So yeah, there's a very specific requirement for these palette cleansers that have to meet a criteria, and I saw that stealth ain't for me.
It's probably it's not greatly implemented. So, but yeah, I still enjoyed it. It wasn't too long either. I think that could have made it worse. Like if it was a couple of hours longer, I would have been angry at it to a certain extent.
How many more bosses? Those encounters? 1, 2 more might have been like.
I think so. Maybe even one more. It depends how they do it as well. Like if they do the whole rug pull thing, where you're like, right, you're going to face the final boss, dun dun dun, and they're like, actually, there's 3 more to do. You'd be like, that what are we doing here? That annoys me the most of these rug pulls. And gaming them specifically, they just love to do it. You just can't straightforwardly complete your mission. There's always 75% through the game that they start fucking resetting you and going, right, the challenge is even bigger now. You're not done. You're like, well, when am I going to finish this fuck? So any time a game clearly just sticks to its path and doesn't pull those shenanigans, I'm in praise of it. So stop doing that if you're making a game. Stop rug pulling me. I like to get things done. But there.
Yeah.
That'll do for the Pathless. Bronze.
Cool.
As usual, we'll bid you adieu and see you on the other side. So there we have it, another episode of Idle Game Chat in the books for you, ladies and gentlemen. And we're in February of 2026 and we're off and running. Seem to have settled into a nice cadence with our monthly podcasts, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. All those that are contributing on Patreon, thank you very much. It's appreciated. At an all-time high of paying members. It's still in single figures, but that doesn't matter. I think actually now, if I did the maths, that I could, because Patreon take a cut, you see, but even with their cut, tax, etc., I think now we actually can afford to buy at least 1 pint of beer in, maybe not in the heart of London, but certainly on the outskirts. So we are slowly getting to what our goal is. As usual, I'll keep this nice and short and sweet, but I thought I would take just a chance to talk through Fantasy Gaming League 2026, a little update as I record this. Main championship game, Paper versus Adkins. Paper looking for a hat-trick of wins, which is unprecedented. He's the only man on the scoreboard at the moment. Neo 3 and Dragon Quest 7 reimagined, both out, both scoring 85. So that's the sort of minimum requirement or standard that Paper himself has said and publicly said, look, you aim for the 85s and then you see what happens. So he's probably happy with that. I think Neo 3 higher 80s would have been ideal. It actually started off at an 88 and then has slipped down a little bit as time's gone on. So who knows what's happened there. But he's out in the lead. He's got Pragmata coming out, Saros coming out, Forza Horizon 6 coming out. The Dust Bloods we don't know about just yet. So he's got some certainties, but he might have to do some transfers later in the week or in the month or the year. Adkins not off the board yet, but next game will be Resident Evil Requiem, so we're days away from that. Hoping to see that score nice and high, and he's got some wild cards in there like Crimson Desert, 007 First Light. These are all due and got release dates. Fable, that's coming now, and Marvel's Wolverine. So that's just a little selection of what he's got there. In the Grand Prix, it's a little bit slow. Always is. Logan's off the mark. He had high guard, 63. So that might be over for him. I'm not joking. That could be it, because that's one of those scores can really bomb your entire team out. Adcock's got a couple of games out. Mio, Memories of Orbit on an 83, and then Reanimal on an 81. So for 2 games that are sort of on the lower end of expectations, again, he's avoided the landmine, he's avoided the disaster, and that's kind of what you want. And then you hope that your heavy hitters or a couple of surprises will come in and give you a real big boost. Parky, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined at 85, Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties 75. So that's low. They've made a mess of that. It's not bad, but that's low compared to what I think we was expecting. Code Vein 2 74. Not great, but I think he's got away with that considering the first Code Vein. Biff, Mario Tennis Fever, that's gone to 76. And then My Hero Academia All's Justice, a 72. So not ideal, but not a stinker. Hall off the mark with Neo 3 on an 85. So that leaves the table. Parky in the lead with 3 games out, 234 points. Adcock with 2 games out, 164 points. Biff with 2 games out, 148 points. So you can see already the gap opening up there. Hall 1 game, 85. Logan 1 game, 63. And then Salmon yet to get off the mark. But that's the Fantasy Gaming League update. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for listening. If you want to support us, patreon.com/Dimp Digital is the place to go. Subscribe on YouTube, your podcast app, your favourite podcast app. You can leave reviews and things like that, I think. I don't know if people do that anymore, but do it. Share it. Listen to it. We love you all. Nothing more for me to say other than thanks for your time and ta-da.
This was a Dimp Digital production.